zoek naar een leuke middag of avond gamen met vrienden? Kom dan naar Gamex op de Koerhuisweg in Scheveningen.
Hello and welcome back to Voltage League Season 1. Today, I am joined by the wonderful casters on the opposite side because my cam's flipped, which is DW and Die. Hello, guys.
Hello there, man. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Are you excited for the games today?
Absolutely, man. There's going to be some really great games. We're already on to Playday 9, so if us being a Playday 9, we're really far into the season, and like we saw last week, some teams are going to be starting to get a little bit further from each other. So yeah, it's going to be very exciting to see if we can see some teams get even further from each other, or if we can see some of the bottom hanging teams just catching up with those that are a bit more above on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think one thing that we were speaking about earlier was it's just going to be good to see which teams can manage to keep up with the update now, because there's so many changes, like with the Smoke losing his shield, Alibi losing his shield, is who can come up with these better strats now with the changes.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a massive factor. Like, I'm very excited to analyze sort of the match and as it goes, because I definitely want to see sort of like the changes they implement to sort of like create this. Would you like to go to the map bands?
Yeah, let's go over to the map bands if we can do that. Hold up, we have to wait for our production for a little bit.
We are not moving just yet. All right. So
but yeah, you were talking about you guys were talking a little bit about those new changes coming in. Is there any sort of changes that you guys think might be prominent to some teams that really have been abusing some stuff that has been changed?
The fact that Azami wasn't changed at all, like at all, in the slightest.
One thing we were debating earlier, Nad was trying to tell me that Tachanka is going to be a good pick and everyone's going to bring the Tachanka, but I just can't wait to prove him wrong and show him how useless Tachanka is.
I think Tachanka is going to be like a very optimal smoke replacement.
I feel like that could definitely come into play as well. He doesn't necessarily have that shotgun though. That shotgun, it's so powerful. It's such a
LMG
boomstick kind of weapon. Yeah, he has an LMG, but that LMG has a slow fire rate. We know here in Siege, fast fire rate is king, almost always. Of course, if you can hit your headshots, then I mean, it doesn't really matter if you have a fast fire rate. We saw that last week, Nash, where we had a pulse with the UMP just absolutely going ham time and time again. But that LMG, it does a lot of damage. It has a slow fire rate though, so it not having a fast fire rate, not having a shotgun, it could replace smoke, but it could also not replace smoke. Well, it's kind of more of a 50-50. We'll have to see what these teams decide to do.
Yeah.
But hopefully it's going to be exciting.
Well, we have coming up, we have Mango 5 versus VUB. So if we can have a look at the map bands, we are going to be going to Oregon. What are your guys' thoughts, specifically with the bunker hold?
Yeah, so just how can you cope with the smoke losing his shield? I think the one thing with Oregon is, I don't know if you guys have seen the Kangaroo Kenny video, is just how good Capitao and Ying are, and you can only end up banning one of them. So just you can bring in a warden, and the warden just gives you the shield for the smoke, and then you've worked around the issue.
Yeah.
All right. I just got a message in from our production lead that all the players are ready. Everyone is in the lobby. So let's just get in here. Let's just start this stuff up, because I don't want to keep the players waiting. I don't want to keep you guys, the viewers, waiting. Nash, we'll see you in a bit.
Good luck. Have fun.
Well, let's get.
Oh, Daj. I'm really expecting the Ying ban. It's just extremely strong in this map. More than anything. Yeah, it's going to be a really weird one, because I think with these bans, like Mango 5 are going to be roaming, but as soon as they fall back to site, they're just going to be suffering from the Ying, the Capitao, just so many strong execute ups that will just break them apart. So they'll have to win on this early round. I wanted to see him, and that up is so good.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Honestly, I think everyone's going to be playing Fenrir, just because it is so good. You can use it early round and be aggressive off it, or if you're playing like a turtle or whatever, as soon as they start pushing sight, then they're just not going to be able to win gunfights.
Bomb located by attackers. Seconds to go. Ready. 5 seconds remaining. Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, judging from these ops, I think we're going to see a sort of a turtle from Mango 5, but I'm actually very disappointed not to see the Capitao and the Ying pick from VOD when it's been left up, because it just means that they could have had free reign just to execute for free, Whereas now they've got to put in a ton of work.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that the Ying is not necessarily being played, it's definitely interesting, unfortunate to see from VB Gaming, but they are going for a bit more of opening up those sidelines and okay, what a shot from Pim to start us off with. Quildog just biting the dust immediately as these attackers are now starting to enter.
I think that's Quildog's age starting to show there with that reaction time.
Exactly. If you were expecting them to play a bit more of a anchor-heavy play,
Yeah.
I mean, Mango number 5 are everywhere on the map though here to start it off with.
Another nice cut from Tim.
It's just
frags coming in everywhere.
Bloodbath. It's just a bloodbath to start us off with. Holy, VGB Gaming are running over them.
It started off nice because where I thought it would be a turtle setup, what you started to see was that they brought the ops to turtle, but they're having a little bit of a roam, so they're just trying to hold flag kitchen and then drop the hatch type thing, or hold in meeting as well. So that means that after they roam, they're still going to have the ops to be able to turtle afterwards. But Vub just came in and just completely slaughtered them on the roam.
Exactly, and if you get slaughtered like that on a roam, it's just going to be it's going to be impossible for that last player standing to really do something. It was just an absolute slaughterhouse to start us off with. Hopefully Mango number 5 could prove a little bit more in this next upcoming round, now that they do switch to the upstairs area. Now that it's an entirely different side, they immediately decide to go away from the basement. They want to change it up a little bit because perhaps they saw something that didn't quite work out. Maybe it's something that they try to prepare in the scrims and stuff. They try to prepare it in their trainings, and so far it's not really worked out. So immediately switching back to what they most likely a bit more prominent at, something that most likely has been proven to already work, could most definitely work out for the Mango number 5 team if they want to get this one on the board.
I'm not going to lie to you, I'm a bit worried. I think Kimba hasn't seen the patch notes because there's no shield for Trophy, and he's got Barb on his smoke, so...
Ooh. Yeah, that's definitely true. It's unfortunate that he does not have that shield, and none of the other characters as well. They don't have any shields to work with, just a couple C4s, those barbed wires, and that camera. But that's kind of all they have to work with. But look at this.
It's a fast push from Bob.
Yeah, I like it as well. There's just no one standing into the kids' domes, and he immediately decides to go in. It's an absolute slaughterhouse as these people just decide to go in the side, and it's working out in the advantage of VUB Gaming. Dino as well is falling down on the ground, leaving it all up to Imp. And once again, this time, does he have anything? Could he find anything? No, he cannot. VUB Gaming is taking this one fast.
Yeah, you just see how strong the Ying is right there. As soon as the Ying Candelas go off, the Amara can go in, and they're just taking the ground for free. They're just getting these picks.
Exactly. They just realized that the entire kids' domes was safe. They did not necessarily have to clear out those Romans, because those Romans were playing a bit more towards the bigger tower. They were towards the big tower. They weren't necessarily playing towards the side. And if you can realize that early on, when you still can change your operators, you can absolutely demolish a defending team with those strats. And they're currently just perfectly counter-stratting Mango number 5. And something that we don't see a lot here in Siege is the attacking team winning the first couple rounds.
It's a weird one, because you're seeing how strong this Ying is, and we're yet to see a Warden on the side of Mango 5, especially when you need that trophy shield. It's just something so easy that they could fit in.
Exactly. Unfortunately, we do not get to see that. Even in this round, they don't really change up their setup way too much. We do see an Azami come out for once, and a Jaeger now, so there's a little bit of a switch up, but I do not think that it's going to be enough if VUB Gaming do again decide to go for something similar to that. This time, there is no real potential to go as fast as they did last round, but knowing VUB Gaming, they most likely already have found the strat to this.
I think this is good from VUB Gaming, because they're switching up what they're doing now. They're going for more of a sort of split push, where they can get rid of the fact that Mango 5 could end up countering them from what they previously did. So just constantly switching up what you're doing so you don't get predictable.
Exactly. Making sure that you're not predictable is the thing to do here on the attacking side, because you're gonna have to counter. It's as well the thing to do if you're on the defending side, but so far the defending side hasn't necessarily seen too much changes to what we saw last round. Him already taking that window, spotting out a player, not necessarily getting the shots onto him, as Kimbo will now retake it, knowing that Pim is off the angle, getting himself back in towards that position.
Yeah, like I was saying, it's just setting up for the split push now. We can see the Arctic pressure coming in. That's going to open it up so they can start taking trophy. But Tiatmo's still straight in there, just getting these frags. It's the same sort of things that were happening last round.
Exactly, and so far, Mango number 5 has not really found an answer besides getting that one. And Kimba is starting to roll up the kill feed. 3-on-3 situation now with 1 minute 30 left on the clock, but Tiatmo still has an angle onto this Valk. Oh, it doesn't not quite land the shots. The refrag is or the smoke is going to start to get close with that shotgun, with that boomstick, but not necessarily landing the shots. Tiatmo is down to low HP, but Blackout is there as well. Kimba has taken a small bit of damage, and look at this. Some injuries have been found by the VB gaming side. GNX, last one standing on his feet. I do not quite know if these Mango number 5 players know that there's 2 players down on the ground. They're not hunting for it. But once the rest does start to come through, they will hear that sound cue and they're going to start to go for the peak. Yes, indeed, they are. Kimba absolutely takes this round on his back.
Yeah, just really nice from Mango 5 there, just getting the picks back. And just start pulling the round back. And as soon as they get that 3v3, just staying composed.
Making sure to stay composed was exactly what they needed to do. Going for that last pick together, not necessarily overextending once they did have an advantage like that, was definitely the right play to go for. But here we do have to, we are going to see Mango number 5 go back to the basement and having a look at what their operators are. Is there anything that you necessarily are going to be looking out for that they could be doing here?
I want to see the Capitanian. I want them to go fully and abuse the ops that have been left up. Even the blitz. That could be good.
We've seen a couple blitz rushes here in the Voltage League so far in these last couple of weeks. It's still one of those prominent kind of strats that you do see from time to time, but with that blitz, it's usually most useful to have the cabby there as well, to have a Lion. I mean, Lion is going to be picked out, but I do not necessarily expect something else to change, as the operator should be locked in any second now.
It's looking like a security hold, to be fair. But the one thing I think I'd want to see more from Mango 5 is just making sure they get them trades, because you've seen in the first round that fast entry, that person could easily be traded, and then you can start turtling, then you can win on the late round, especially without being.
Yeah, so far it's been a game of VB Gaming winning every single one of their gunfights. It hasn't necessarily been up to those final strats where it really is all about the strat books, whoever has the best strat book winning. It's been about whoever has the best aim, the best shots winning, and Tiatmo definitely is one of those players and has those shots in his book, and he can just take a game on his back, take a game over just by shooting people. And so far he's definitely doing that, already getting the first entry onto Cool Dog.
Yeah, we're going to need a huge run from Dino this round, starting in the 4v5. He's dropping the donut at the moment.
Yes, 0-3. I mean, that's not something, that's not a way you want to start off your Playday with. You want to start off getting a good amount of frags, especially if you're someone like a Jaeger player, but Blackout already found now in the meantime. It's looking like these last 3 defenders need to get bunker up on the side. They need to anchor there heavily in order to get a lot of value out of what they're able to do, because or actually they might have to go aggressive. I do agree here with Imp trying to go a little bit aggressive on it, but it doesn't even work out. John Zakul finds himself a double kill.
This has been a really good attack from Vub, because you've seen that Mango 5 are doing a security hold, but they're not holding above. So Vub have just taken the space and then cleared it with Verts, which is perfect.
Yeah. Bob absolutely taking this game over, winning every single gunfight time by time again. And it's already left up to a 2 versus a 5 situation. Kimba and Dino have to go huge if they want to win this round out. And with Kimba still standing on 0 kills, or Dino still standing on 0 kills. I'm sorry, that might have been a little bit of an insult towards Kimba there. It's gonna be so hard. Kimba already found, then there we go. Jaeger now down and out for the count as well. As we do get a flawless round on the board for VUB Gaming. So far, it's not looking like there's any answers coming through from the Mango number 5 side. If you're starting out on the defensive side, you need to get the first couple rounds on the board. You cannot let yourself go 1 and 3, because then you're just looking at climbing a huge mountain.
Yes, it's sort of a weird one because we're watching Mango 5 play. It's like I'm watching five individuals playing, because we can see people getting aggressive one by one, but they're not doing it together. That's how they get their success. They just start playing together more. If all 5 of them are being aggressive together, it could work. But if they're doing it one by one, then they're just getting picked off.
I completely agree with you on that. It's just been a tale of the VOB gaming players making sure that they're playing together, making sure that even if someone falls, that they can immediately refrag each other. And the Mango number 5 players just kind of standing around alone, just holding angles by their own and not necessarily being too aware of what can happen where these attackers can be.
Yeah, I think it's just that fast entry more than anything that's catching them out. I think Mango 5 did start trying to be aggressive on that small tower side, but he just picked off for free. Maybe a bit too aggressive at the start.
Yeah, a little bit too aggressive is definitely the problem so far. Maybe we can get to see some changes now coming in. But looking at these operators, we again just see Pim switching around operators time and time again. It seems like he's a very flexible player. Last round we saw him on the Lion. This time we do see him again switching over his operators, taking it a little bit more head on.
Yes, it's looking like a big tower take, especially with the Ursa. I think the one thing that I'd like to see is if Tiatmo on this other side of the map can just take their free space and find a kill, because that would be so valuable.
Yeah, hopefully they can get some value out of that. So this time we do finally see a little bit of a slower round happening. We see Mango number 5 turtling a little bit more towards the side, but again, already actually Blackout now finding that first one on the board. This is the way that Mango number 5 needs to start out the round, getting those individual frags on the board and making sure that they have the advantage so that they can anchor. But immediately, what is this aggression? You do not go aggressive against an Osa shield. That is an absolute copper play. The copper play will immediately be punished.
They get the kill back as well.
Yeah. It's not something that we see or we want to see here. We want to see those players just holding it with each other, not getting aggressive on something like that. Because if you just get aggressive on an Osa shield, it's like going into a mirror window. It's 9 out of 10 times you lose the fight. 9 out of 10 times. Maybe that little percentage you win the fights and you get lucky, but that's just whenever the attackers that are behind a shield, behind that cover, when they make a mistake, you could take an advantage of that, but usually no one here makes a mistake. We're playing at such a high level here. Mistakes like that are not that prominent.
I think with that also, with the smoke going down, the one problem they're going to face in now is they only have these echo cams for denial. So this is the problem where they need to go and find these echo cams and just get rid of them, so they can sort of pull off a plant for free.
Exactly. But the problem here for VB Gaming is they're letting the time take down. They already know about Kimba being on the echo since one of the players got killed by the Kimba. But the problem is that once they hit the site, these echo cams are still there. These echo cams can still deny the plant. Now, a couple trades coming through immediately, making it a 3 versus 1 situation. Pim as well will be going down as Blackout continues his absolute tear. And so far, it's just been a little bit of a individual kind of showing from Mango number 5. We saw them not necessarily playing too much.
The VM from Cold Dog. It's a weird round because you see right at the end they just couldn't clear that shield because the kills they got both nade ups. So there's no way for them to clear that shield, and like you said, walking towards an Ursa shield, they were walking towards the defender shield in the end.
Yeah, the roles have been reversed towards the end. And Mango number 5, they need to. I still don't think that we necessarily seen what we need to see from them. We need to see them play a bit more together because these 2 rounds that they have gotten on the board was all up to Kimba, it was all up to Blackout. those are the only two players that managed to win them those rounds. Without them just stepping it up and getting those solo frags on the board, I do not think that we would have seen them get 2 rounds on the board. We could have already been in a 0-5 scoreline for VB Gaming, but we are into a 3 versus 3. We are in a situation where Mango could get at least a decent half out of it. They could get a 3-3, and I would consider that decent. I would still consider that a slight positive for the Mango number 5 team.
Yeah, I think even with the three, if they manage to get the 3-3, I'd be confident in attacking this with the Capitao and the Ying up, because you could just win so many attacks in this map with those ops up. So this is just a massive round to win. They need to win it.
Exactly. VB Gaming so far, they've not even been picking the Capitao and the Ying. They've just been playing towards their old default, playing those older operators that they have the strats prepared for, and it's just it's not necessarily something that I want to see. I want to see those newer kind of strats, those strats that are more prominent with the new patch, but. Of course, we as well have to remember these teams haven't necessarily had too much time already to prepare those strats. They could just still be they're not most likely still going to be hanging on towards the old strats for just a couple of weeks or for a week or so until they make those new ones, until they really get those Capitao and Ying strats on the board. So far, they're just hanging with what they're most comfortable at.
The problem is the Playdays now, so they don't want to be fall behind because they're the team that hasn't made the changes soon enough.
Exactly. You need to make those changes early if you want to get those early points on the board. Because of it, if you can get those, you can definitely find yourself in a great position, just like Waldog finds himself in a great position now, already tagging down RT. But what is this aggression?
You guess what?
I mean, he misses the easy shots, but the flick immediately hits. As he will take down one but in return he gets injured into a position where there's just no opportunity for a revival.
Just a massive round from Mango 5. They've got these turtle ops now. They can just sit still. They've won the round. Job's done.
Yeah, they've won the round. They've managed to get that 3-3 on the board. We could see some heroics coming through from GNX, but from GNX on this board, but it's gonna have to be some absolute heroics if they want to pull this one off, and it's not looking like Quoldog will allow that to happen. As Gonzago just decides to, or GNX actually decides to drop from the hatch, and immediately gets shut down by Kimba.
Just a huge run from Quoldog. It's like watching Yukin all over again. The old guard turning up.
Exactly, making sure that they get those rounds on the board. But again, it's just been the one-man show coming out from the Mango number 5 team. Now switching over towards the attacking side, we might just see a little bit of change towards what they're doing. Oh,
we've got one. We've got the Capitao. Where's the Ying?
Yeah, unfortunately, we do not yet get to see the Ying. I mean, it's something that back when I used to play a lot of Siege, but it was just the strat to go for. You had the Ying, you had the Capitao, open up the main hatch and just drop down, get that bomb on the board, and just play for the after plant into a 5 versus 5 or whatever. Whatever you end up on after you've got that bomb on the side.
Yeah, I'd say a pretty weird defense setup coming up from Rob with the Doc and the Echo Shotgun. It's not the sort of ops you think you'd see especially when the Ying's up. Like you can see Blackout switching to the Ying. There's no Warden. This Ying's gonna cause so much problems.
Yeah, Doc is especially an operator that has not seen any play, I think, so far here in the Voltage League. Perhaps we've seen him a time or two, but he's just not necessarily that useful anymore.
Yeah, not really. Unless we're going to sort of see some aggression of the Echo Cams maybe, so they want to get them early picks and then they can get healed by the Doc.
Well, that is definitely a big option as well. I think we've seen that's something that we've seen a lot recently, just getting that Echo in somewhere, making sure that we have that info with his drones, and then you can of course just Echo, or you can stun them with the Echo Cam and get those basically free kills on the board. Hopefully we can get that, hopefully we can see that happening, but so far it's looking like quite a defensive bunker, bunker kind of hold here from the VB Gaming team.
Yeah, I just think Rogue won the major from the aggression of Echo Cams. If you're ever struggling with the strat, just the early aggression of the Echo is just a go-to.
Yeah, getting cams into the hands of the defense is such an underrated kind of thing here in Siege, I would say. It's back in the day we did not necessarily think of cams or some like drones being really useful. But nowadays, having cams or making sure that you can have info for your roamer, it's so prominent and it just helps out so much getting those early kills on the board.
One thing that I'll always remember is watching like a fuck when he was in CL or in CL calls, because he got a Mozzie cam and he started droning his teammate in with the Mozzie cam, and I was just so shocked.
Exactly, and it's something that we used to never see it. Nowadays, it is quite a normal strat. It's quite normal to go for something like that. But it's just one of those strats that isn't necessarily being used way too much. And I would love more teams taking advantage of getting your roamers in a comfortable position where they can get those first couple kills so that you can just bunker and anchor on the side once it gets towards these attackers having to hit the side. But talking about hitting the sides, the 50 seconds left and it's still a 5 versus 5. These Mango number 5 players need to start making the move.
Yeah, I think they've just gone through their checklist. The most important thing now is you don't stall. You've got the execute utility. You can just burst onto site.
Yeah, getting that side control would definitely be the most optimal kind of stuff to go for. But here we already see those Kyber barriers coming out from the Izami, sorry. And once those Kyber barriers are all deployed later on into the round, it's going to be so hard for those attacking operators to get on there. You have to waste a lot of util if you want to get on there. Now the side hitting or starting to happen already. Blackout is the first one to fall as the Yin Candelas those start to hit the side. Tiatma finds one as well, but immediately turn into a 3 versus 3 as the diffuser is going to start to get planted. But time is starting to run out. Time is not in the attacker's advantage as VB Gaming take another one on the board.
Yeah, I think in the end we seen the problems. This the army causing the problems, and it was nice that they shifted and went for the back tick instead, so they could avoid these armies. Just unlucky enough to get all the picks came through. Now we're going to kids' dorms. We can see the Echo coming on again. We're probably going to see the same early aggression. And they actually have a shield for trophy, which is nice. It'd be interesting to see what sort of attack Mango 5 end up going for. Especially with these offset, because you have the choice. You could do sort of a default or a split push, or they could even go for the big window, which is really strong, that we saw Vub go for.
Yeah, so far today, we've seen just a better siding coming out from the VB Gaming side. I would have to say that Mango number 5 aren't necessarily looking as strong as VB Gaming. They're looking at VB Gaming is looking a bit more cohesive, a bit more like an actual team than we do see from the Mango number 5 side. Of course, that could just all change up later on.
We were seeing some really good entries from Vub Gaming. I think that's what a bit was missing from Mango 5. Just managing to find these kills.
Exactly. Now getting another round started. So we do see the Mango number 5 players already starting to take a slight bit of space, still just looming around the building, trying to spot out those roamers with their cams. And Dino number 5 is the first one in, taking a slight bit of damage, but not necessarily nothing too much happening. Cordog is holding a perfect angle though. Cordog gets that first one on the board. Tiatmo will fall, having to spectate his teammates. But in the meantime, we see these defenders go absolutely crazy.
Wow. I don't think he can be called Dino.m5 anymore. He's going to be called Dino.0.5.
Oh, you don't do that on him.
Oh, he's 0-6 now. I was going to say it last round, but it ended too fast.
Dino might just hit you up on Discord or Twitter after that one. If he hears that one, it's kind of a little bit of an insult towards him. But of course, yeah, he's not necessarily doing too much at this very moment. He's 0-5. He has not delivered on what he needs to deliver on, especially considering that Dino's playing a Yano. Dino's playing Jaeger. He's playing those operators where it's all about aiming, hitting your shots, and getting those early leads on the board. And so far, Dino's not done that. So it's not seeming like his day.
I can sympathise with him a little bit because most of them defense rounds they're starting 4v5, 3v5, which makes it like really hard for him to play. You're just getting traded constantly and just not even getting, he's not even getting to play the game more or less.
Yeah, and he needs to really start to come alive here, though. It's been a tough one for him, but if he does not manage to come alive, we could definitely just see this game being taken over by VB Gaming and them just running away with the bounty as Mango number 5 so far have not found a single thing or a single real round where I would say, all right, they're looking like a real team. They're looking like a team that could be in contention to even get towards that land, to place themselves in that top 4 position where they need to be. It's not looking like that coming out from Mango number 5.
I'm sure they spawned wrong because they've just randomly switched and they spawned straight and they've just all gone towards Big Tower. Like, it takes one person to shoot the cab, like the rest of the people can spawn there.
Exactly.
Unless it's just change their mind last minute how they're going to attack. But we're going to see a Big Tower take.
Yeah, Big Tower take to start us off with. Maybe we do get to see some changes towards the later stages of the round, but Big Tower is what they will be going for in the beginning, and no one is really contesting them. So they should be able to get that control quite easily, quite comfortably. And considering that VUB Gaming is holding a bit more of a vertical towards horizontal hold, towards those master bedrooms, towards that kind of area of the map, it could just be a fast hit from the Mango number 5 here if they do realize that. If they do realize that the site is a bit easier to take.
Yeah, it's good. Like, the one thing we're not seeing is we're not seeing the Orsa coming through. It would have been a massive struggle for VUB with no impacts. Just the 2 C4s trying to get the Orsa shields.
Yeah, that also should, especially for a site like this, it's so prominent being able to hold those angles. But what is prominent as well, be able to hold those angles, is Imp getting one on the board, immediately falling in the meantime, and Gunsicle has opened up the scoreboard for the VOB Gaming team, finding that advantage. Blackout is down to low HP, but it doesn't even matter if he hits his headshots, because those headshots will just take players down one by one by one. Pim goes for a little bit of a quick peek, immediately finds one, but in the meantime, his teammate Genix gets traded out, now leaving it all up to Pim, and from behind, Blackout on 1 HP will take him down.
Blackout with the world's slowest teabag right at the end.
Bit more of a CSGO teabag.
Yeah. It's a bit weird, man. I'm sure the mute's seen the flank cam, they're staring at him. The distance still.
Yeah, he could have perhaps seen it. I'm not quite sure, because if he would have seen it, he would have done something about it. But I mean, you of course have to remember these guys are all in the team speak. They're all being really loud to each other. Hearing that cab is going to be quite hard from time to time, because it's just such a low kind of noise, and just spotting it out is as well just. It could just be very annoying to spot out a cam if you concentrated on where those attackers can come from and where what is happening around you, instead of instead of worrying about the small things.
Yes, it's sort of nice seeing the like we spoke about before the game, about the warden coming in just to make sure you have that elbow shield and you're ready for the game.
I remember when Warden came out, he was just considered absolutely useless. He was considered to be the worst operator in the game, and people were thinking, all right, this character will most likely never see some play unless the meta gets changed a little bit. But now we're there, where the meta has changed a little bit, where Ying really is prominent again, and where flashes are quite prominent, since a lot of characters have flash, or operators have flashes nowadays. So getting that Warden on the board, making sure that one heavy anchor player is just not going to be flash and can just stay alive behind the shield, it's just such a useful pick.
Yeah, I think if you want to see just how good Warden is, you need to watch the Kangaroo Kenny video on Capital, because it's such a good watch, to be fair, because you see exactly how all the teams in the major abuse the Capital for Oregon basement.
Number 5 now, just taking their time, droning everything up, making sure that there's no roamers hanging around somewhere, that there's no one that could just stick in between and cause them to absolutely falter. And they're doing such a real good job at it so far. Hopefully, I mean, it doesn't even really matter that they're droning out too much because it's a heavy anchor basement holes coming out from the VB gaming side, coming out from the defense that will just be playing this anchored like they did in in their first basement round, which they basically won by time. It got a little bit tricky towards the end, but they won it quite comfortably, making sure to shut down that diffuser when they needed to. And hopefully for the VB gaming side, that can happen again. Something, of course, the Mango number 5 side is not hoping for, and something the Mango number 5 side is most likely trying to fix in this round.
It's weird with the Doc pickup because you think you have Cade and you have Mirror up, but no, we're going to pick Doc instead.
Exactly. That's I'll have to agree with you on that. I feel
Yeah.
like a Mirror would have been way more useful here. Even a Cade. Yeah, I mean, Cade is. I don't really like seeing Cade too much. You can just. There's so many ways to counter Cade, especially just by picking a Thatcher or picking an operator that can deny those electro claws. But then having the mirror on the board, especially for anchor holds like this, it's just so prominent and it's so easy to hold an anchor with her.
I wonder if Mango 5 seen that there wasn't a Cade and realized they didn't have to run EMPs because it's just added to them now being able to bring stuff like the Ying and the extra nades just to break this defense apart.
I'm expecting to, especially since they don't have any of that utility to shut it down. But who is going to be shut down is GNX to start us off with. Artie immediately finding a trade. Tiatmo tuning one in as well. And the basement is just a slaughterhouse at this moment. VB Gaming will manage to find match point. We are 4-6 right now, and they're just 1 away from taking the game.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Like Mango 5 are just really close to winning these rounds, but these kills just don't go their way. Like they go into their checklist, they get into this execute point, and then they're just being slaughtered. I think in the end it comes down to the game being an FPS more than anything.
Exactly, and this is as well, but we do have to consider this is what VB Gaming is preparing for. They're preparing to hold an anchor, they're preparing for Mango number 5, doing their stuff, droning everything out, preparing everything to take the side in the last 30 seconds, and if you just play into someone's threat like that, it could just not work out your way. If I was Mango number 5 there, I would have loved to see a bit more of a blitz rush. Getting a blitz rush on the board against that anchor would have perhaps worked out. It would have just thrown in some extra surprise towards the VB gaming side that so far has been able to play quite comfortably.
I think it would have been really good just seeing the fact that they're running the mute instead of a smoke because of the change. It just means that a blitz rush there would have been like pretty good because the only thing that the mute would have to C4 rather than smoking.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we don't see too much of that smoke coming out for BB Gaming so far. And with those changes to smoke, I'm not expecting to see smoke being played too much. We did see it a lot from Mango number 5, but considering that they are up against a double match point, there's a reason why it was not necessarily the best pick for them to go for.
It's looking like we're seeing a big window take from Mango 5 with this Capi Tower. I like these ops, to be fair. They've got the buck, they've got the nades, so as soon as they get this kitchen control, they can start to think about nading the kids playing again and moved out of the position. And then they can use the Capi Tower just to sort of make sure they get the plant down as well.
Exactly, getting those. But then, of course, they have to get rid of the kitchen first, and most of those players have to survive, especially the buck. If the buck dies here, it's going to be a disaster for the Mango number 5 team. You need him to stay alive towards when you can open up those sidelines from down under. Now, already these VB gaming players, they're having to back up from the kitchen, but the info has been given over to Mango number 5, which will make them a bit more careful, a bit more wary when they clear out the kitchen. But now the flank does start to come in for BOB Gaming. Those 2 players that were playing towards the kitchen now do start to get a little bit more active, a little bit more aggressive, trying to retake the kitchen side.
Yeah, it was sort of a weird one. Mango 5 didn't have to do anything, they just fell off straight away.
Yeah. Now into a 3 versus 4 already. It's looking like VOB Gaming want to take this one on the bag. 1 minute still left on the clock, so a lot of time for Mango number 5 to consider their options in towards the side. But this might not be a good peak coming out from this from these last two attackers. Both of them on the stairs, both of them not being able to be refragged from each other. And VOB Gaming will manage to get their first win from on this day on the board. They will manage to pick up those 3 points, not even going into overtime, and we'll have to be. It's unfortunate for Mango number 5 since they will be left on 0 points after this game.
Such a throw. Like
So many. For me, I just think so many of them rounds looked winnable, and then as Army came in.
So my sort of analysis generally kind of consisted of why is VUB throwing? Because VUB like have proved that they're very good at picking apart teams in a general sense. Obviously, they've been outclassed a little bit, but when it came down to this match, like with how they've been like picking people apart and playing that sort of general like basic sort of team setup, like the sort of Hibana, Yana, Sledge, Buck, and Ash that they played in like the first couple rounds. It's like they're so used to that and they're so good at it and they're so good at picking apart these teams, and they just really didn't. Like there was a couple rounds where they did and it went perfect, flawless rounds, easy. And then they just let it go in a couple rounds and like got beat by like one player.
Exactly.
I
agree with you.
It was sort of a weird one because I was thinking going on to the defense half that VOB were winning their gunfights, and if they wanted to, they could go for more of a roll, and they'd probably just still win their gunfights and win the game. But what we saw was them then thought, right, we'll just stick to our basics, stick to the fundamentals. They turtled on site and were still winning their gunfights, but they were just making sure they'd win the rounds.
So exactly. I will also add that I missed one round, and I like kind of went off your guys' calls on a lot of them because I was like writing things down. But can you guess how many opening picks that Mango got according to my analysis?
Every round.
I think every round.
Mango got one opening pick.
Oh, Mango! I thought you meant Bob.
Yeah. Mango got one opening pick, and that opening pick was round 1. Oh no, it wasn't. It was the first round that they won. Whichever round that was.
Round 3 then.
Round 3. Round 3.
Yeah. I feel like VOB Gaming definitely could have just gone a clean 7-0 or 6-0 on the board, or they could have just gone a clean win here. It got a little bit tricky for them. They threw a couple of those rounds, but eventually they got there at the end. VOB Gaming winning out that game. With that being said, we've had a pretty exciting game number 1. I would have definitely liked to see a little bit more coming through from the Mango number 5 side. Unfortunately for them, they did lose out this game. But let's head into a quick break, and after that, we'll be back with you for more Siege. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
Op zoek naar een leuke middag of avond gamen met vrienden? Kom dan naar Gamex op de Koerhuisweg in Scheveningen.
And welcome back to Voltage League Season 1. We are going to be watching match number 2 of today's Playday, and it is going to be...
Axolotl against Nihao.
There we go. I forgot to look. All right, so we've got Axolotl versus Nihao. Nihao top of the table. Were top of the table up until the VUB win if we go to the scoreboard.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's have a quick look at the scoreboard.
So VUB are actually now at the top after that win, but Nihao have a chance to reclaim that throne, and the cycle sort of continues for these top 4 teams. So it's like they're going to slowly like overtake and fall back under depending on what happens in the games. But if Axolotl are coming out of this game with a win, there is a high chance that we can see them actually enter the top 4. They're not going to enter the top 4 today, even if they win. But in the coming weeks, if we see that people like Eagle Empire or Myth start losing a little bit, as Myth have started to fall off coming into the recent Playdays, it's possible that we could see an overtake and sort of a transition from one of these teams being in the top 4 down into the bottom 4.
I think one thing we were talking about earlier is that I shouldn't be allowed to cast this game because I'm a bit biased, but Axolotl are going to win the game.
You're casting this game. I wanna see the bias.
Those are some huge statements coming out from a team that have to play against a team that has been so dominant, a team that just has been able to take over the league a lot so far. Of course, they've had a little bit of faltering in recent times. They've had a couple games where they've lost some points out, especially last week. They lost their first game of the season. But again, this is Nihao. This is a team that's formerly known as Ice 8. These are absolutely amazing players that can just take over a game. But hopefully, we can get to see something like that happen live. Hopefully, we can get to see Axolotl take it head to head against against Nihao.
Shall we check out the map bans before we continue on and go into the game?
I think that's a good idea.
We'll go to the clubhouse. Most
good,
played map in this tournament by far.
I'm gutted because we don't play clubhouse, so we've lost.
All right, so if Azami's not banned, it's basically the Azami show. That's pretty much all I've learned.
Do you want me to link you the strat book? I can show you the strat book if you want.
Yes, please. I'll sit here and hyperanalyze your strats and call out who's messing up. All right. Well, I am your host, Naj. I'm going to cut off to these two guys, and we are going to go straight into the game. Hope to see you there. Good luck.
Yeah, let's head right into the game. Clubhouse indeed is the map that we are going to be playing on, and like Naj said, we might get to see some of that Azami, if it is right, getting to be played. And of course, on Clubhouse, you could just be an absolute turret of an operator to come through. But let's head into the operator ban phase and see if we could perhaps see a change, or if we could perhaps see her get banned out now.
Yeah, I know Nad was talking about the Azami, but I really don't want to see Furner get banned just because I want to show exactly how strong this new op is.
I feel like she's just really way too strong at this very moment. Unfortunately, or hopefully we do not get to see a ban. Hopefully we get to see us being proven right in terms of her being absolutely OP, because as well it's also dependent on whoever plays it. And you could just have one of the quote unquote worst players in the team, one of the less fragging players in the team player, and then she could just perhaps be a bit less prominent and a bit. I mean, her utility is still very useful, but she could just be a little bit less prominent. But with these first couple bans already coming out,
no,
fucking hell, Nihao. Sorry, excuse my French. Nihao, why did you have to do this to us again? A Fenrir ban. A Hibana ban as well, and just like we usually see, a Dokkaebi and a Solus ban. Kind of unfortunate to see. I just want to see Fenrir being played. I just want to see this new operator getting some actual use. But yeah, exactly. He's too strong for this very moment being, and I will have to agree with these teams just by banning him out and making sure that there's just no play being, or just no play of him coming through. Since again, like I said in the first map, they don't necessarily have anti-stress against him.
Yeah, it's sort of a weird one. I like the Ibana ban because it just makes opening like the castles and stuff when people castle the windows a lot harder. You actually have to rotate your sledge and make sure that they open the castles, as well as it just completely stops teams from being able to do a kitchen dirt or make it a lot harder.
Exactly. And we'll figure out with time if we do get to see a bit more Fenrir play, but I'm expecting today to be one of those days that will just be filled with Fenrir bans every single game, time and time again. It is unfortunate to see, because I feel like that Fenrir play could just give us a little bit of a boost in viewers, a little bit of boost in notabilities and clips necessarily. But these teams just want to get the points on the board. They don't want to face off against something that is so unknown and so so unknown essentially, so like prominent, and that you can't really counter strat just yet. Of course, it is just a safe pick to go for. Yeah.
Since I'm biased, are there any players you think we should watch out for this game?
Actually, I would say over towards the Axolotl side. I'll have to be looking out for Raiden. Over towards the Nihao side, I'll have to be looking out for who is one of the Rick, especially. Rick is very good, and Divided as well. I feel like those two have been really prominent over these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think the one thing you're seeing with this Ice 8 team is a lot of experience. A lot of them have been in CL, especially Divided. He's just a really solid player.
Exactly, and they're already starting to show why they are in the second place on this league, getting those first couple frags on the board, making it a 3-on-5, but it did manage to get traded out just ever so slightly into a 3-on-4. Now a 3-on-3 as Divided gets picked off by Zodiac, and Zodiac is looking like a Zodiac killer as he's absolutely going crazy, finding that double kill already on the board, trying to go for triple. Now Raiden as well, tuning in one, and that's the diffuser dropped in towards the hands of Raiden. This could just be a free one on the board for the Axolotl side.
Raiden's such a rat, man. Well, getting the kill though.
Strike immediately pulls it back into a 2-on-1, leaving it all up to Wild. And Wild, oh, he did spot him out. Just a little bit of chip damage done towards Raiden as he tries to
What a
fall off.
shot.
Immediately, Strike is there. And I know you're starting to be a little bit happy here, Dai.
I don't know, guys. I think I have the script. I told you all.
Yeah, you do indeed have the script. These Axolotl players getting the first round on the board already, making sure that they get started on the right feet. But I do have to be a little bit honest about this. It got a bit too close, in my opinion, for the Axolotl side, considering that they're on defense, they were on their most preferred side, the basement half, and it eventually turned into a 1-on-1 situation. They managed to play the trade game perfectly once they got that 3-on-3, but it was all up to some individuals really showing up. But of course, if those individuals show up, it doesn't matter if it's just about them showing up. It's about getting those points on the board, and it's about making sure that you got that lead early on into the game.
Yeah, I think at the start we were seeing people be a bit silly and goofy. You can see Noah getting the entry death straight away. Just need some composure and just make sure you get these defenses down, because if you're starting off with a free entry kill or free entry death even, then you're just going to have lots of problems.
Exactly. Luckily though, for the Axolotl side, we do have Zodiac just taking it up, just taking it matters into his own hands and making sure to get that 3-on-3 on the board over towards the end. I feel like everyone is probably wondering why we're laughing here. We did, I don't know if whose background that was, but we just, our production needs background. We just heard a motorcycle pass by really quickly by his house. You all didn't hear that, but we of course heard that little motorcycle go by, just absolutely speeding. But hopefully we do get to see a little bit of a speedy round coming here from Nihao, that if they get those speedy rounds on the board, if they start to really take matters into their own hands, they are so dangerous.
Hopefully we see just how strong this Azami is. Oh, talking about the opening death, Noah's been opening death again. It's looking really slow from Ice 8, just getting the checklist done.
That's not Ice 8 anymore. We have to call him Nihao.
Oh, Nihao, sorry. Whoops.
Yeah, what I always do is I remember to look at the top before I
Oh, fair enough.
the two names. Because we do see teams changing around a lot recently with the tools that they play. What is going to have to be changed up a little bit is this attacking side from Axolotl, as they do kind of immediately fall to just ever so slightly now into a 2-on-3, as we do see these last two anchor players holding the side down.
Surely they don't do it again. They can't win another round where they've had opening death.
I mean, just saying that right now, as a Axolotl fan, so, I mean, if I'm then, I've got to be sweating bullets, but without also have to be sweating bullets is Wild.
Divided 1
on
HP.
the board as he gets that one, and look at, yeah, exactly. Divided is low HP as well. Armor is holding that angle, but immediately get flashed off the angle. Roller will take it down. As Strike now has a chance to get an ace for himself if he wants to clutch this one out. At least still has a C4 to play with, so that's something for him to work with. But these attackers, they're starting to get on towards the side. They're starting to get himself closer.
Attackers are activating the diffuser.
Decides to throw the C4, it doesn't land, now goes for a completely different angle. And that's another one on the board. Strike getting the quad kill with Dividing on 1 HP, managing to clutch it out into the 1-on-1. So unfortunate.
So close.
As Strike just walks into his crosshair.
It just shows you the talent that you're seeing in this lobby at the moment. You can see Strike going huge and Divided just being the solid player that he is, with 1 HP winning that 1v1.
Exactly. That I was already thinking, okay, so after Strike got that last kill, that second to last kill on the bull, I was thinking, all right, this is an ace clutch 1v2 coming out from Strike, but it didn't turn out that way. Divided managing to hit that headshot when he needed to hit it the most, managing to clutch the round out. Now we just absolutely take that and put on the board for the outside, making sure that we do go equal heights as we are 1-on-1.
I think this is the first time we're going to see observation blocker. We were talking about it before, just saying I think Naj thought it would be really strong, but I'm not fully convinced yet. I just haven't seen like how good it could be used, or I'm just not that confident it could be that good.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, now let's have a look at where these axolotl players do decide to go for. They do decide to change it up completely in terms of where their bomb sites are playing. Now, having gotten a loss over towards the master bedroom, they decide to go for that, what's it called again? The karaoke? No, the bar.
Bar stage. Yeah. I think the one thing you're seeing is a lot of intel. They're bringing the Valk, bringing the Maestro. I would have still liked to see an Echo. I would have liked the early aggression.
Yeah, so far Axolotl is kind of a little bit, just chilling on towards the sides. And if you're playing against Nihao, that's not something you should be doing, in my opinion. Nihao is just such a strong team at taking over a game by playing aggressive, by making sure that they can trade each other out every single time and time again. And if you're just playing back against them, it's so hard to win those rounds against them. They did manage to get one on the board, but
I think as soon as you've given them the opening kill 2 rounds in a row, I think you try and rein it in and you try and play close together and make sure you trade.
Oh, but look at this. Rick is the first one to fall down as he is injured, but I feel like a res should be coming in anytime soon as Armor decides to get off that angle. If I'm not mistaken, he's the one that managed to down Rick, and the res immediately does manage to come through. They're trying to get a little bit more aggressive over towards that the stripper area of this site. I mean, I have a little bit of a hard time with those calls.
Oh, fair enough.
They're starting to hit a bit more towards...
Joe.
Oh, there we go. That's must suck if you need help.
One thing
Cap cannon is valve. That was still on high HP.
Another nice kill from Strike. Another double 2-piece from Strike. Oh, almost a team kill as well. Away from Raiden. Standard.
Strike seems to be tuned in at this very moment with that LMG, even almost killing his teammate, but still, we're actually missing his teammates, the ones that he actually needed to miss, managing to get a triple on the board, and there we go, Amma is able to shut it down, and that's the second one on the board for the Axolotl side.
Yeah, I think the longer you wait there, as I say, you're just digging your own grave type thing, because the amount of intel on the side of the Valk and the Maestro, there was no way that they could just walk in and not get shot.
Axolotl just playing those angles to absolute perfection, reading that the Nihao side was coming from the strip club area of the map, making sure to play their angles just right and making sure to get those early kills on the board to give them the little lead. Now already switching it back up again towards their basement side where they did manage to take the win. It was a little bit more tricky than over towards the bar side. They did manage to they were working a 5 versus 3 in that first round. But we did see some heroics come out from Zodiac. Hopefully for this Axolotl side we do get to see those heroics once again, because if not, Axolotl might have just done a little bit of an oopsie trying to go for this basement side.
One worrying sign from this game is Nowhere's been involved in 100% of the entry engagements. He was entry death the first 2 rounds, and then you got the opening kill for that one with the Capcan.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
Yeah, the Capcan is just one of those operators that we see a lot here in the Voltage League. We see a lot of usage from him, and I would have to agree with these teams that do try to go for the Capcan. It's just easy picks. It's just easy picking. So you don't have to work for it. You don't have to get yourself into a position where you yourself could be falling, where you yourself could be dying. And it's just easy picks, making sure that those delivering on where the attackers fall short, but they're not droning it out enough, but they're not clearing out those angles. And if you can get those ones on the board, then it's just free and easy pickings.
It's sort of looking like a kitchen dirt for my city, but I think after that round on the Maestro, I think Strike just must have been the Maestro again.
It's actually, look at where Noah is positioned. Wild is not aware of where Noah is trying to hide, as this could just be a problem. I'm starting to shoot a couple shots, and Noah should be aware of it any second now. Saw the shadow come in, and Noah picks it up basically for free, making sure that Axolotl immediately advantage into this round. Oh, now from behind, Rick opens up the wall as Noah is unaware of it, making it into a 4 versus 4. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think the one-up that's going to be really strong this round is going to be the Azami, just because we can see they've only got them 2 axe charges to deal with them.
The only 2 it's not necessarily too much utility, but looking at the other utility, there's not much. There's like no nades available either, so there's nothing to shut that stuff down.
One big problem is the fact that Armor's got 4 of them in his pocket right now.
Yeah. 4 of them in the pocket and still not being used. It's not nice to see, but there's definitely most likely some strategy. There's most likely some thoughts towards not using them too much yet. But with 1 minute left in the clock, I've got to be looking at trying to get those Azami barricades up and using Divided, trying to head into the side, getting in, or immediately being traded up with Zodiac as he keeps on his tail, keeps on killing those attacking players without trying to hit up the side. Now leaving it all up to Stenson in the 3 versus 1, and here is where Axolotl taking the game on the backs.
The Starboy turns up.
That's one coming out from the Axolotl side. They managed to get that first one on the board by Noah, and Noah has been, like you said, he's been involved in every single one of the opening picks, whether it being him dying first or him getting the first one on the board for his team. He's always there and he's always looming around. So
I can give you some insight, to be fair. When I first joined, Noah was an entry and or an entry flex, so sometimes he lurked. But the problem with Noah was he had his entry engagements were he'd either be really too fast and go faster than the team, so it would just cause us some problems. But we moved him to a support role because he's very revoltable, and so we're sort of seeing now just him running around, just getting every entry engagement, which is the sort of problems that we were trying to fix. But even after making this change, he has the most entry engagements in our team.
It does make sense though, putting in once you get to see Axolotl on the attacking side, like you spoke about them having Noah playing a little bit more or less aggressive, playing a bit more supportive role, it might just work out for those changes that were made to him might just work out more towards the attacking side. I feel like Axolotl is kind of more telling Noah, just go kill, just do your thing right now on this defensive side, and make sure to get those early picks.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for teams in this league is they're just coming in and having fun, I think. Whereas they want to be competitive and win games, but if they're having fun and just turning up and playing together, then I'm sure they'll do well in the league.
Yeah, so far, a team that isn't really having fun though in these last couple of weeks is Nihao. Last week, this week, again, it's seeming tricky. It's not seeming like Nihao that we saw playing under the Ice 8 banner. Zodiac just keeps on taking these picks for himself. That's the Frost getting one on the board, but he immediately trades it out from down below. Divided now as well on the line, 20 stairs, taking down Noah, and that's the Roma down, but it's just
there's refrags everywhere.
Yeah, it's just a trade game back to back to back. Okay, you take that space, I take it back, I kill him. You take it, alright, then I'll take it. It's just taking that space time and time again, and now I would have to say it's worked out in the way of Axolotl having this 3 versus 3, now being able to play a bit more of an anchor play towards this last stage of the round. Again though, Rolo finding the refrag, making sure that that they have the advantage towards when they are hitting the side. Now a 3-on-2 as Raiden and Amar are the last 2 standing.
I say doing really well to stay composed and just make sure they get this info before they collapse on side. They know where the one guy is. They just need to find the kill.
Oh, the aggression from Arma
Oh.
coming through. The aggression.
1v1.
Turning it into a 1v1 as it's all up to Wild having to clutch this one out. Arma wants to go for that triple kill now. I think they've spotted each other out. Oh, this is
You got the
perfectly
intel
played
from the
by
both
Arma.
guns.
I feel like they both have intel on each other.
Yeah.
They're playing ring around the rosy here. But Arma has...
I'm just going outside. He's having a breath of fresh air before the party starts.
I like this though. I really like this. Wild now has to start worrying where's Arma position at. What position did he take? Because
The red thing.
there's just
There must be intel.
really for
He
Wild.
doesn't.
And looking at his teammates, there's
dropping the
no one on
diffuser.
the cams either. Wild now getting
Wow.
shut down by Arma. Perfectly played. Baiting out with that nade in the first off, and then just going around or masking the footsteps with that nade essentially, making sure that he can just wrap himself around and get that 3-1 on the board.
I don't know if you plant there. Because they've got full intel on where you are. Your two options are you find the vault cam or you play for kill. I don't think sticking the plant is the right option.
But that's just something that we know. What you also have to consider is Nihab most likely didn't know that there was a wildcam there. They were most likely not
Attackers need
aware
to
of this,
locate and
considering
defuse
that
as
we're
many
not
bombs
just
as they can.
spamming X anymore to spot our players,
Yeah.
giving them info where...
Yeah, I think the red thing.
Can be there.
The red thing would be the only
Attackers
thing
have
we give
located a
away.
bomb.
Exactly. And
I
I
think-
don't think that any of these players are red pinging nowadays.
No, I think I'm sure I see the red thing. Yeah,
If you
I
see
think-
a red ping in one of these games, it's an absolute troll.
yeah. It's an observer bug. It didn't actually happen. I think one thing that we're seeing from Nihao is I don't think J-Lo's playing anymore, and he was their IGL. I'm pretty
10
sure he
seconds left
transferred
before
the
insertion.
Shanghai Sharks or something.
I
5
do
seconds
not
to
know
insertion.
that team name. Is that an upgrade? For everyone in chat that doesn't know
Attackers are
either, is that an
moving to defuse the
upgrade
bomb.
or would that
The
be
attacker's
considered
bomb
a
diffuser has
downgrade?
been dropped.
No,
Going
I
from
think it's
outside to
definitely an
danger.
upgrade. They've got like a really talented roster.
Alright. So him just moving on and making sure that he can progress his journey and get further along. And that's really what you want to be doing though. These teams all these players are looking for the next step. They are looking towards going pro and getting another bit small step. Even if it's small steps or big steps on the board, it's always nice. It's always better to play for a team that can contest more and that can get more eyes on you from perhaps one of those big organizations that will maybe even pick you up one day. Every single player here is looking to do that, but what Noah is looking to do is opening up the board or coming on and rolling immediately towards his teammates. As Noah actually does keep on his tyranny. This is what you were talking about. Noah being an entry player and being so prominent at it. Finding those first 2 kills on the board.
He's one of them players, so he's like he's a hero player type thing where he's either going to win you a game or lose you a game, and we're seeing the positives at the moment.
I think we've seen that a little bit over these last couple of weeks when Noah was not necessarily one of those players that was a hero kind of player. That was more just dragging his team down a little bit.
Yeah.
I think it's a nice decision that they changed him back towards what he is most comfortable at and making sure that he can just do whatever he needs to do because looking at this, on the board, he's 5-1 at this very moment and he's absolutely tearing up this Nihao side.
Yeah.
I read it a little bit wrong, but in the meantime, it does fall down now, 5-on-5, as we are in a 3 versus 2 situation, but still in the advantage of Axolotl, as this hit does have to start to come through any second now, and once the hit starts to come through, Armor will get activated, and that's for sure. There we go, already a couple wall banks going on towards the Divided as he does try to plant the diffuser for just a cheeky second.
Just seeing the intel again.
Rolo will manage to turn it out, but it's 2 versus 1 now, and this is the perfectly played from Axolotl, making sure that the trade game goes their way.
Yeah, we're just seeing the Bravo pick, but they haven't really cleared the intel. And then Zodiac gets the kill and closes the round out. A 5-1-1/2. I don't want to say I told you so, guys, but
But I told you so. This is amazing that we're getting to, amazing stuff that we're getting to see from Axolotl. I'm just disappointed from Nihao though. This is a team that in the beginning of the league, we saw them just winning games where teams weren't even able to contest them. Teams weren't able to even breathe or speak about their name without being punished.
Attackers need to
And
locate
now,
and defuse as many bombs as
It's
they
looking
can.
like they're just a completely different team. It's looking like they've fallen down so much, and it's just not looking like the same Nihao that we saw play under the ISA ban, and it's just a bit unfortunate to see.
Yeah, I think
really
that's.
hope for them that we get to see some resurgence.
I think that Jalo loss is a big loss, losing your IGL. The person who's giving you the ideas and probably why they were playing so well at the start.
That gives me some answers actually. This is what I was wondering, because I didn't know Jalo was a IGL.
Yeah.
And considering that he's the IGL, we still see basically the same kind of roster or the same trio, the same trio that we saw from the beginning, that being Divided, Rolo, and Rick. But of course, with a couple of changes, with them losing their IGL, it's a completely different team. It's just completely different sightings that we're seeing from Nihao. And I just don't know what they're going to be doing here without their IGL, without their usual playstyle, the usual callings happening.
Yeah, we can see I got onto the Monty now. This is just one of the Tulias in his locker. He loves playing the Monty.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Ooh, Zodiac though immediately falling after Sledge out for the count. Stetson goes for a bit of an aggressive pick and immediately will be handed out the free one. You take that any day. It's Stetson just wait, huh? Set on observer spot. I think Stetson just dropped from the kitchen hatch, even though it's reinforced. But look at this, it's starting to some trades are starting to come through, and Axolotl do find themselves in a 3-on-4. They do find themselves a man down as Nowhere is being shut down the slide bait onto low HP.
Kitchen hatch still closed as well, so this is going to be really hard. I can't think of another word, but this is when you have to shit out.
Exactly. This is where you just have to get those kills on the board, where you just have to play as aggressive as possible and hope that you can get those kills. If you can't, then it's just an unfortunate going, and it's just Nihao taking this one on the board. But it's still 5-1, and even if it does go to 5-2, Axolotl still have a lot of rounds, Nihao still have a lot of rounds to catch up to.
Yeah, especially with that 5-1, it's just all about staying composed. You have 4 rounds where you can just pick what you want to do. You could even rush because you have that lead, so you can just try and pull off a rush or something to get around.
Yeah, pulling off a rush would perhaps be the play now, actually leaving Monty completely alone over towards dugout, as the rest of the players are starting to head towards those stairs, and with 50 seconds left, they don't have anything to breach those hatches open with at all. They're gonna have to go for the stairs, they're gonna have to go for those default kind of angles. This is gonna be so tricky for them to get in here. They need to find a pick if they do want a chance of coming back. Oh, that's almost one from Nowhere. A couple of hip fire shots coming through, but nothing landing, as Divider will manage to make it a 2-on-4, and this should just be game over.
It's just the Monty.
Yeah, Nowhere has to pull off some heroics, and there's no heroics happening here, as Divider will pick that last one up, and of course the Observer bar coming through. Classic old Siege, we don't even get to see the shield, we just got to see a completely naked Monty, something I've never seen before and something I never want to see again.
Yeah, it's a really solid run from Nihao, making sure they get the entry kill, make sure they play for their C4s. As soon as the hard breach goes down, there's almost no way that Axolotl will go in that round with Kitchen Hatch closed.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
It's just a little bit of fortune for Axolotl, but now we do move on to a different side. We do move on to a side where it's not Nihao's main pick, so we could see Axolotl find themselves a match point. But again, considering that the Clubhouse is just such a defensive-heavy map, especially as of recently, I have a feeling, I have that slight little tingle, that spidey tingle, and Nihao might be able to take this one back. I hope for you, Di, that I'm not on the wrong here, since we're a little bit biased here towards
Am I allowed to call a timeout? Can I just join the VC and do a timeout if we lose 3 rounds in a row?
But unfortunately, you can't die. You have a
Must
bit more
locate and
info
defuse the
than
bomb.
even
Oh, no.
that coach would have.
Fair enough.
I would be in for it, but it would not really be fair, to be honest, for the Nihao side.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that they more or less get their processes right more than anything, just making sure they get walls open, hatches open, and just give themselves a chance to win these rounds.
Exactly. They need those chances. They need to make sure that those roamers are spotted out, that those roamers fall immediately. This is actually a tricky one. Oh,
Oh.
look at the warden! What are you doing?
What? Why is he on cams?
That's exactly what I'm thinking. That's what I thought. Like, why is Wild on camps? Why is Denson not paying attention either? This is not looking good for Nihao. 5 on 3, 5 on 2. Strike just keeps on his tear, striking lightning upon these Nihao players that are just wondering how the beep is this a 2 on 5?
I think one thing that we're seeing a fully raw Maxolotl team. Most of them came from Hungarian Nuts game just now, where they played and won.
That's
Armor
good
gonna
to
find the
see.
kill with the Ninja. Can they confirm it though?
Let's try confirm it. Let's try confirm it.
Attackers have located a bomb.
You daft. Yeah, you daft. You know what I'm about to say, what I'm not gonna say. But the defuse are now getting down, leaving it all up to the one player, the sole Rick, that is still standing, and Rick is gonna have to pull off some absolute amazing stuff if he wants to clutch this one out, and of course he doesn't manage to do that. It's just an impossible one for him to take down, as Raiden will manage to find a match point here for Axolotl. Axolotl are looking to get a clean one up against Nihao.
Your star boy clutching up after you said Raiden was the player you'd look out for.
Yeah, Raiden. I mean, he's been showing up a good amount here so far, and I'm wondering, you have some insight on this here, Dai. Who is the IGL for Axolotl?
Yeah, so Raiden's the IGL, and it's because of all of his experience.
Attackers need
He's
to locate
35
and
years old.
defuse bombs.
Oh, wow,
Yeah.
35. That's old. I have to say that. That's something that we don't necessarily get to see too much in esports. There's some players that are still that are really old, that are really prominent. Like for example, in CS:GO we have Carrigan, we have Fallen, a couple of more older people that are IGLs as well, and they're still playing the game. They're still playing at quite a high level, especially Carrigan playing at the highest level. Played recently, actually winning a major a little bit less than a year ago or so.
5 seconds to go.
It's those older IGLs with more experience are usually the best IGLs in my opinion.
When I think about that, and when I think about like how it's related to Sieges, I think of how old Nesk is, because I think Nesk's around 28 and he's still in the major final.
Look at this! Axolotl, I mean, they're on match point and they're like, we don't even need 5 players here. We will be able to take this one 5 versus 4, quite easy takings. They're on match point, so being a man down from a team might just be a little bit of a problem. Finds a nade like that, just misses by a slight inch as the player manages to get himself out of there. Amma now clearing out their entire garage and nowhere managing to pull it back in a 4 versus 4. What should have been a 5 versus 5, unfortunately, because of Raiden, the player that I said that we should be looking out for. I mean, I think Strike needs to be going for more.
You sort of seen that switch that I spoke about earlier, where he's gone from being that entry engagement player to now he's playing the second hard bridge. But just from seeing players like Yupo on that role, where I've seen Yupo drop like 12 kills against Heroic, where it's just you can still get a lot of kills.
I would actually make a statement on saying that whoever's not playing the entry is getting more kills than the entry. Something that I feel like an entry should be doing is kind of sacrificing themselves for the greater good, sacrificing themselves for as much base as possible, not necessarily for the entries. it's the entry player is not really the name, or a name for the entry player is not really good, to be honest. In my opinion, I feel like we should call it more like space taking player, something like that. Because if you're the second man in, you're gonna have a bigger chance at getting those kills on the board than the first man in, because the first man in is of course the one that's gonna be shot first.
One argument you could say though is the entries are the ones that are getting droned in, so they actually have the intel. Whereas if you're in like a 3v3 and you don't have any drones left because you've droned your entry, then you're in a harder position to get a kill.
Exactly, that's something in Siege, especially when you're clearing out the roams. That's when the entry players get those kills on the board. But when it's about hitting the sites, when it's about crunch time, then the entry players are usually just there to sacrifice themselves.
We're seeing Stenson clean up there for Nihao. I think that was a pretty silly, goofy round from Axolotl more than anything.
Yeah, especially considering that Raiden did go for a little bit of BM towards one of his teammates in the beginning of the rounds, unfortunately killing his own teammates, making it a 5 versus 4 to start us off with. I feel like we could have definitely seen that round pan out in an entirely different way than it did not happen. But of course it didn't happen, and of course we are now back to the basement side that Nihao did manage to win. So Axolotl found them. Gonna be looking at perhaps finding a way of winning the next round instead of this one. This is the easy one for Nihao. Perhaps making a strat, preparing something for the next round, which should be way harder for Nihao to defend against. Would definitely be a bit more prominent, just kind of giving this one away.
I think it's all about staying composed because Nihao have to go through a full 3 site rotation now.
5 seconds left.
Whereas even if you lose your basement, which is the strongest site,
Attackers must locate
they're going to be
and
moving
defuse
on to
the
weaker
bomb.
sites. So you like even if you lose a round, you're going to have more chance of winning, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, making sure to lose this round. It's like an eco round, essentially.
Yeah.
It's like you know that this round is going to be very hard. It's going to be hard to win. There's a possibility, but it's better to just stay composed and not necessarily tilt over a round like this. That is just so hard to win, and that is basically on paper impossible to win. And then making sure to get that strat of once you really have a chance of winning the round, once you really have a chance of making sure that match point does go into fruition, that you can take this win on the board. That is really what you're gonna have to do.
I think as soon as you know you're attacking basement with Cade and his army, you're going to be up for a really hard time.
Yeah, Cade and his army is just so... they're just so heavy on the anchor. They're just so heavy on just turtling on the side and playing out time. Especially his army, making those Kyber barriers so viable. Again, we do see those Kyber barriers not being used at all. Right? Is that Kyber barriers? Is that the name?
Yeah, Keyboards.
Okay,
Well, I say
Keyboard.
keyboard because I'm Welsh, but Kyber.
Ah, okay. All right. I was always wondering, like, is that the actual name? But I guess I was actually right. I guess my brain did work for once. While still hanging on to 4 of them, only having used one just for the kitchen hatch.
It's the same sort of thing that was happening with Axolotl where they had 4 keyboards in pocket. So yeah, again,
Located by attackers.
Absolutely amazing work, finding their first entry, making sure that they get that one on the board. And now, this is where Axolotl can actually start thinking, alright, I have a chance of winning this round. Let's just try to do our best. The Capcan is down, so that's at least confirming as well that there's Capcan traps everywhere around that they have to be aware of. Once they hit the sides, once they go up, they have to be aware of those Capcan traps, so making sure that they have the info about that operator being played will always give a good reminder of, okay, we need to be aware of that. But in the meantime, Rolo does manage to find one back. It's 4-4 right now, as that's Raiden down. That's one of the hard breaches down and out for the Cubs. The last one standing with any hard breach utility. This is going to be really hard to open up those hatches. Amma in the meantime does manage to find one, if I'm not mistaken. I think the kitchen hatch being opened up. But will that be enough? Oh no, it's still not open.
With the Wraith player down, we're not going to be able to clear this back armory player, which is going to be doing sort of kitchen plant really hard.
10 seconds to go.
But these hatches causing massive problems, so we have brought in
with 5 seconds left, and they still want to hit the side 3 or 2 situation as the trades are starting to come in the way of the defenders, and time eventually runs out for these attackers to try to get on towards the side. It's another round on the board for Nihao as they now do go 6-4. As their defense is looking strong, but is it strong enough to keep Axolotl from finding the win in regular time?
So this is where you'd see the timeout, and I'd be saying, bring EMPs and get the actual hatch open, please.
Exactly, but there's something that I do have to really note here in Siege, especially in the Voltage League. People are not using their bleeping timeouts. It's so annoying. You have a timeout each half, if I'm not mistaken. Use them. Use them. Just getting to speak with your coach, or getting to speak with your coach, getting those extra 30 seconds or a minute, 45, whatever it is, making sure to have that extra little bit of time to speak about what you want to do is just so useful. No one is useful. No one. And it's kind of pissing me off just a slight bit.
I think what we're going to see from this game is the team that's going to win is going to be the team that managed to work around the gate and actually open these walls up and open the hatches up better. Or for the sake of IC, where they weren't clearing the intel and clearing the Maestro cams and Valve cams, which was causing them a lot of problems.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
Exactly. I'm going to look at the operators here. This is interesting seeing from Rick an alibi being picked. I feel like we didn't get to see, or we haven't gotten to see too much alibi as of recently. She's gotten a lot of nerfs.
It's going to be really hard to fit alibi and strats now, unless it's something like a roam strat where you just want someone to be able to open hatches and make rotates somewhere else. The problem is, without that shield, you're not really getting a lot from the alibi rather than shotgun.
Exactly. Something that I used to hate with alibi is the fact that your clones, if you have any skins, they don't have the same skin.
Yeah.
Is it still like that? Have Ubisoft still not fixed that?
No, they haven't fixed it, no.
Oh, that's so stupid. That's literally just going against buying skins. It's just going against buying skins. It's just the stupidest
bomb
thing
located by attackers.
I mean, sometimes we do have that with our usual Ubisoft, but they did manage to create a good game, so sometimes we'll be whining a slight bit about them.
I can give some insight. I have a strat for this bomb site CCTV, and the strat is called easiest attack in the game, and they never run it. So if they lose this, it's because they didn't run the easiest attack in the game.
Alright. Hopefully they do. I want to see how your strat's being worked out. Like, it's essentially a coach or an IGL or an actual player in here casting with me. And
coach.
It's actually a coach in here casting with us. We might just get to see that coming through. We might just see that happening now. Raiden and Strike 5-on-3 on the board. It's looking good for Axolotl as they're looking to finish up this game.
Yeah, just getting them entry kills.
Oh, and Roland needs to go aggressive. He knows if he does not get aggressive, he does not turn this into a 5 versus 4, the trade game will just come out strongly from Axolotl. Ooh, divided here on the stairs. The players have spotted each other out. It's now just about who has the best aim and divided. Oh, down to 1 HP, and he just has to. There's nowhere for him to hide. There's nowhere for him to run.
This is what
stuck like a sepsis.
I was about to say. This is just where you need to freeze come. You just can't give them a kill. But we're seeing kills come back.
Attackers recovered the
2v2.
Somehow, someway, Nihao have managed to turn it into a 2v2. Raiden finding the triple kill on the board, making sure that Axolotl do get the win as Zodiac will finish it up towards the end. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Nihao take another loss back to back. Let's head over towards the desk. Let's get Naj in here though, so we can get some insight on what our analyst has seen.
I'm fuming.
Why?
Well, as we can see, there was 11 rounds played.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to take a stab at how many times we saw Azami in those 11 rounds?
All 11.
All 11. Every single last one.
It's just one of those ups where if you leave it up, you have to run it on every side.
Exactly.
I'm telling you, she needs a nerf. She needs a kick in the teeth.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's fine. It's like smoke shield.
Axo got all but 2 opening frags, and also 1 with a question mark because Raiden dropped strike. So technically an opening frag, but also an opening death. And Axo tended to translate their opening frags. Same with Nihao. The only problem is Nihao got their opening frags in the first 2 rounds and had a 50-50 win rate with their opening frags. So they lost round 1 and won round 2, and then kind of lost from there up until like near the end. Yeah. Otherwise, like there wasn't really a lot to say about that game. It's like Axo kind of dominated. They played it exactly as you said. It's like when it came down to them being stuck in this like 6-3 situation, like, yeah, we're gonna try and win, but realistically, if we lose, like, what does it matter? We're just gonna go to a weaker site for them. So
I think as a coach, I'm like, it was like a really strong defense half, but as soon as moving on to that attack, just it was a bit disappointing from Axolotl, just not getting the hatches open and just making sure that you give yourself the best opportunity to win the round and getting your processes right.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to give us a quick little send-off. We are going to be going to Eagle Empire versus Myth in the next match after a short little break. But we are excited to see the fact that the 4th team is challenging Eagle Empire on their 3-win streak on Chalet.
Yeah, let's see if that win streak can keep on going. Let's head into a quick break and we'll see you after it.
Op zoek naar een leuke middag of avond gamen met vrienden? Kom dan naar Gamex op de Koerhuisweg in Scheveningen.
Yo! Hello and welcome back. My name is Naj. I'm joined again by TW and Dai, and we're going to be going, well, not straight in, but we're going to be going to Eagle Empire and Myth soon. This is the fourth game on Chalet that EE have had consecutively, and they've won every single one so far. And we're going to be seeing what they bring to the table in this one, because clearly they're going to be wanting to continue that win streak.
Yeah, and let's have a look at what the map bans are for this map, and let's see if we do get to see what maps we do get to see it being played here. And ooh, it's an interesting one. Chalet. Any words of that, Naj? Any words that you can give about Chalet here?
Well, there's been a few changes to the Eagle Empire roster, so it's like coming into this, they possibly could start out a little rocky, even though they have been fairly dominant over the last 3 weeks with the Chalet games that they've played. But we'll quickly cover what changes have been made. The changes that have been made, from what I've been told, is Rayato and Mamali are now working a bit more closely together on their sort of whether it's roams or anchor plays, in order to try and reaffirm refrag potential. Alongside that, they've been working on seeing out rounds, not throwing them, and making sure they're able to actually continue throughout the round, even with a disadvantage of some kind. As well, Kevin has taken up the IGL role, and as I said before, Mamali and Rayato are working on being more in sync with each other. But with 3 wins on the bounce of Chalet for EE, they're going to be looking for another one coming into this one against Myth. So I don't have as much information about Myth, but Myth have lost their last 2 weeks. Yeah. So they're also looking for redemption, and coming into this, they are brave to come up against EE on Chalet.
I think one thing we were talking about before this was the Stacks tweet where he's predicted the map bans, but I showed you guys what EE's bans were, and I don't believe him. I think he's trying to lie there, because I don't think there's no way he's predicted them map bans. Maybe you could predict that you were going to Chalet, but I don't think you'd predict the whole thing.
Yeah, especially after looking at like the statistical bans and the way he predicted it.
So eventually he was right about it being about them playing on Chalet. So considering that, we're just gonna have to look out for Myth being prepared for Chalet here. Yeah. It seems like they read into that Chalet was going to be picked, so they had that little extra heads up of, okay, we know where we're going. Let's just try to counter you out. Let's just try to see how we can play against you in order to take that win on the board.
The one thing you could say though is, with the rosters changing, is how much there's no way that you could have that much to prepare off.
And something I do really quickly want to mention for if there's any of the other teams that are playing in the Voltage League here that are watching this right now, if you're an IGL, if you're the coach for one of these teams, you can always send us, the casters, or a couple messages on Discord in order to give us some insight. Because the only reason that
Yeah.
Naj has this insight over Ego Empires that it just comes out of the blue is because their coach Darcy is writing us personally.
What a phenomenal
He
human.
really, yeah, exactly. He really loves talking about us with us about what is happening with their team and what they've been doing in order to improve themselves. So if you guys want us to have a little extra heads up on what your team is doing, we're not going to leak it to anyone, by the way, before the game starts. Like we're just going to be saying it before the game starts.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be anything to do with strats either. Like realistically, all we want to know is like any changes that have been made.
Yeah,
like
any fixes,
changes, anything that you've been working towards. Like you can be very, very generic about it, and being generic about it is exactly what we need. Like just to be able to cover it, so we can have a little bit more to talk about with the teams. But without further ado, we have 10 players.
Yeah.
I'm going to be sending you guys off, and I'll let Dai bring up what he wanted to say after I leave. So I will see you guys after the match.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Have a good one, man.
Yeah, I think the one thing about the feedback and everything, and getting players' feedback or coaches' feedback, is if you're going to give people, if you want to give us some people some insight sort of thing, you could just lie, because then when people bring stuff up and you've lied, you're giving the teams false information. So.
Here's the thing, though. I'm not expecting any of the IGLs or coaches to be in the chat or to be watching this while everything is going on. Yeah. Maybe a coach is in there, but then even if there's a coach in there, it's not necessarily going to be... we always have the delay, so they're not necessarily going to be looking over what can be happening here.
Nice to see the Flores ban from Eagle Empire. It's pretty standard. When I was on Victus and we played Charlie a lot, it was just our go-to ban. We'd always ban the Flores. But there's just so many options now. Like, with the stuff like Brava and Twitch, there's just so many different ways of clearing, like, util.
Yeah, and I think this has been the most standard ban for Ego Empires every single week, time and time again. Banning that Flores whenever they play on Chalet. And so far, I mean, we see how they've been able to perform. They're on a 3-map win streak, if I'm not mistaken.
Not just so happy as Army's gone.
Yeah, and with them being on a 3-map win streak, to get banning out the Flores has definitely worked out their way. And of course, yeah, banning out the Azami, banning out the Brava, and even the Solus once again. Solus never gets to see any play.
Yeah. The sort of ops that we're leaving up, the Valk and the Mira, that can be really strong in this map.
I think Solus, I'm wondering, I did not necessarily read the patch notes. I know that you definitely did die. Did Solus get a nerf this patch? Okay. So that's definitely why we're seeing Solus being banned time and time again.
Yeah.
She's still so good, just like when she was when she released. It's just such a big problem, in my opinion, the fact that she's not being changed. Even before these patches, she was just being banned out every single time. And now it's just going to be even worse. We're just going to see her get banned every single map until she gets a nerf. Just like we used to see back in the days where Lion just got banned basically 24/7. There's not going to be any changes to that. We're just going to see the Solus ban come out from every single team. But what is not going to be banned is Defender. Let's go. We're already getting to see it.
It's the first time we get to see it in Voltage League, and honestly, I can't wait. This op is broken.
And I think he's really broken as well on a map like this that is not necessarily that doesn't necessarily have a lot of open sites. If you have those more closed down sites where you can place those, where you can place this gadget and make sure that those people aren't able to see anything, that he works at best, especially with Chalet being the map, could really be a huge problem for this mid esports team that has to go against it to start it off with.
Hot Mon's just getting that really fast early death there. it's nice from Myth. I'm wondering if it was sort of a pre-place maybe because of the Soulless ban, just getting that intel in.
And I'm wondering why the Rooney was trying to Roma was so far away, because usually, especially last week, me and Nash were speaking about it a lot. The Rooney is just an anchor player. Set her on the side, play her as a turret, and you'll be able to take down players bit by bit by bit. But just like that, bit by bit by bit, Eagle Empires is going to be taken down just a slight bit. 5-on-3 situation now.
That's the Furnier going down as well. So with that Furnier going down, this means that he can't activate his gadgets, so that if there's at a maximum only 3 of them gadgets active at the moment.
But that's still 3 active. That's still 3 active gadgets, to be honest.
That's if we turn them on, to be fair as well.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I did see him have before he died. But
Yeah.
I do have a little bit of a lagging brain, so could
Aggression from Kevin.
Oh, aggressive play from Kevin there. Not really living up to his potential. Choco and his boys will manage to pick up this one board. Will manage to pick up this first round. Myth Esports go 1-0 already.
It's really solid from Myth. It's just Eagle Empire being caught out with these early positions, just giving them more or less freebies more than anything. So as soon as like you're giving these kills away in a map like Charlie, that should be really hard to defend in comp. I think the biggest thing is just not giving these early picks.
We immediately see a change from the Eagle Empire side, not picking out the Fenrir this time and going for the Vigil. This is what we usually see from them, if I'm not mistaken, and they immediately go back to what they used to see, or what they used to play, after losing that first round, so they're not quite comfortable too much yet on the Fenrir, but immediately then changing it up so that they most likely will be getting this one on the board is definitely the right plan to go for, because you don't want to take those risks, especially not early on in the game on the defensive side.
I'm a fan of Master, to be fair, when Azami's banned, but you could argue that this is the 3rd best site, or even for like when Azami's up, you could I like Bar as well, so you could play Bar as well. But a lot of people would argue this isn't a very good site in comp. So I think especially when you've gone this site again as well, whereas your only real change is bringing the vigilance of the Furnier, where the attackers just completely swept you off the floor. I think I would like to see a change.
Yeah, we'll have to look at that towards the next round. Maybe they're able to pick up this round on the board. That would be a massive tankings for the Eagle Empire side, because if they are, then they'll have one other side that we wouldn't necessarily consider one of the strongest sides on this map. Stack's already taking a slight bit of damage on that Ying, but not too much to be worried about just yet.
Bomb located by attackers.
It might be entirely different side from Myth Esports. Rooney or Hauptmann already taken down one, but immediately his teammates are already falling down just like him as well. 4-on-2 so quickly, so early on into the round. Eagle Empire is already down a bit in Myth Esports. We were looking at it in the pre-game, them being ready and being prepared to go to Chalet. So far, it's looking like they're absolutely prepared and ready to go for this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they rushed K9 or something, but just same sort of story again, where they're just getting them early picks.
Exactly the same story again. Myth Esports looking like they've done their homework, and Myth Esports looking like they're just a little bit ahead of Eagle Empires here. Hopefully we do get to see a bit of change now heading into the Bar Gaming Room, as that might just be a bit more in the advantage of the Eagle Empire side.
Yeah. If I'm honest with you, I'm not a massive Bar fan, but when you look at the statistics, it's not a bad site, but I just think there's so many different ways of attacking the site, and it's so vulnerable, and you can't really hold everything. So I'm just not a huge Bar fan, if I'm honest.
Yeah, me neither, to be honest. I used to remember back in the day, it was always upstairs, master bedroom, and completely downstairs in the basement, where you would just play every single time. And the last side would most likely be Bar, but even then, Bar was not really a favorable site. Changes have been happening. There's definitely a bit more prominent nowadays, but again, like you said, it's not one of those sides that you necessarily would consider a 100% win rate. Yeah, you wouldn't consider this to be a side where you would just win every single time.
I think with the Azami up, it becomes a really strong side, but without the Azami, it's just there's just way too much to hold, and you can't really hold library that well.
Yeah, and especially with Azama being banned out, it's going to be quite hard for his Ego Empire side to hold this now, and usually you get to see a mirror over there as well. The mirror has not been picked out this time. A little bit of a more horizontal and vertical hold here from the Ego Empire side, as they do decide to go for that bar gaming room and already getting spotted out just bit by bit. I have to see if Myth Esports can read where these players are playing, because I feel like once Swarm tries to get in there, he's just immediately dead, but that doesn't even matter. Riado just peeks out before the Swarm can come in, takes that one down, and now if I'm Riado, I've got to be looking at getting out of here, because Choco is getting ready with that Capital. The fireballs will hit once those flashes go through. But immediately he backs out from the hatch. Meantime, Kevin does get taken down, and this goes well. It's immediately just turned into an advantage situation for the Myth Esports team.
Started really well with him playing that suicide position and getting the opening kill. And then we're just seeing his kills leak through. We're in the 3v3 now.
Yeah, 3v3 with Hartman managing to take one back. That's what he needed to do. You cannot be in a 3 versus 4 situation once those attackers try to take the site. So immediately Ego Empire is taking matters into their own hands, fighting to get this one on the board, because they need to get a start right here, right now. Else I think they might be running away with it, with the stuff that they most likely have prepared.
Yeah, I think it looks like they're going to go for the games plant here. Choco getting the kill.
Oh, this is not looking good for Ego Empire's diffusers should be coming in as well. And since that hatch and the big window is being held, there's no way to shut it down unless that C4 comes in. C4 does not even hit. It doesn't even connect. In the meantime, he will lose one of his teammates, and it's now left all up to Mamali. The MVP of the last game day has to do a 1 versus 3 to pull this one off, and all the info has already been given away. The pre-fire does come through, and Pueku will take it down. That's Myth Esports finding another one on the board, and Ego Empire immediately calls the timeout, immediately calls for Darzi to help them out.
I'm just wondering, how much is this Azami ban affected Eagle Empire more than anything? Because I think a lot of these sites were played a lot better with the Azami, and maybe have they always had the Azami, and that's why they're having so many problems at the moment?
I think they've always had the Azami. If I'm not mistaken, they did. So this is definitely just it's a huge problem for what is happening right now. Them not being able to use their usual operator pool is not good.
Has Stuck's done his homework? That's the big question.
And he's done his homework so far. We can already see that the homework that he's done has worked out perfectly. It's gotten them the first 3 on the board, and it's given them a comfortable lead and a comfortable position for this first half. Myth Esports, in my opinion, just have to win out one more in order to really call this a comfortable or a successful first half. And if not, then I would actually be considering this quite a bad one. Okay, this is not good. Stacks seem to disconnect. They did ask for a little restart, and we are gonna go for a little bit of a restart before this next round is gonna be played, if I'm not mistaken there.
Yeah. I just think I tried to look quickly at the last Playday to see if Azami was banned, but I don't think the operator bans are in Liquipedia, so I'd probably have to check back and look at the other VOD.
I'm almost sure that she didn't get banned. I'm almost sure that she got to see play every single round time and time again. So that's definitely not good.
It's weird because
it's not good for Eagle Empire.
It's sort of where the difference between a team that's really good and a team that's just quite solid, more or less, because you can see that Myth were prepared for this ban sort of thing, whereas with the Eagle Empire, with the Azami gun, you sort of have to have think of the other ops that are up there you can abuse, like the Furner round 1. Maybe because of that early death thing, we didn't get to see exactly the sort of impact he can have on these rounds. Just abusing the ops that are up, like Mira, Valk, Furner. Sort of let the other team pick their poison with their map ban rather than it affecting you.
Exactly. This is what we saw from Stacks on Twitter as well. We saw him trying to go for a bit of a cheeky one, or picking into Ego Empire's map. And so far, it's working out perfectly. It's just been an absolute stomp for the Myth Esports side, being able to take those first 3 on the boards. We do
I'm glad
need to
our
see a little
hosts,
bit of a resurgence. Luckily for Ego Empires, we do have this rehost, so there's going to be a little bit of time for them to talk about what they can improve on their defense and hopefully counter-strat against what Myth Esports has been throwing at them.
Yeah, honestly, I just want to see more from Furner. I know they're giving them these early picks, but if they can avoid the early picks and then abuse an op like Furner that can stop teams from taking map control and just completely shut them down, then I think they could turn the game around.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, teams do seem to be ready again. We are heading back into the game as everyone is back in. Let's go right back into this. It's 3-0 on the board, and Ego Empires are looking to climb this hill, and it's going to be a hard one to climb. Again, it's not seeming like they're going to pick out the Fenrir here, so this will be quite a bit of a difficult one for them. Hopefully, we do get to see them change it up just ever so slightly in order to win out this one. But once again, they're going for the bar gaming room, and they're going for a risky one.
Yeah, I just think the sort of thing where I was saying pick your poison, Valk is one of those ops as well for Charlotte, where these people now have to walk in and take space, but the Eagle Empire have the option of, if they have full info, they can just swing and take these fights.
Yeah, exactly. They need to be able to swing and take those fights right now, right here. Because if not, I'm thinking if Esports is going to be able to take this one. Really
I'm loving this mouth pick.
And really comfortably.
Well, this mouth pick, the stream is one thing, is they're going to try and go in the basement and open the vault for stop. Which means that they know of this sort of checklist where they're going to clear suicide, open the stock holes, and then they can just get this game's pumped down.
But that is only if Mamali does not find his first pick. Trying to go for a cheeky little outside peek. Riado trying it as well. Doesn't go to any avail as they realize that is not the one to go for, and they have to back
It's a nice spawn peek that a lot of people have taken from Alamo because like the edge of the window frame lines up with the bottom of the balcony. The attackers are only really getting a pixel where they can see it.
And that pixel is just, and it's Siege. A pixel is a pixel. It's all about just finding a slight pixel, and then you're already able to find that kill. But it didn't go to any avail for both of those teams. It just, everyone backs up. As Mamali does actually manage to find the first one onto Swarm.
Choco sneaking in though.
Oh yeah, this is cheeky.
Cheeky from the knock.
He
gets the one.
Doesn't get the kill.
Reloading.
Falls down and immediately Myth Esports taking it, making sure that they have the full use. Once they are starting to head into this, into the latter stage of this round, they need to get those full use for this. They need to get that man advantage on the board. They cannot be a man down once they start hitting the cycles. Then the trade game will be played out perfectly by Ego Empires.
Frag grenade.
Yeah, we're looking at the 4-4 with the nook above. Sledge is dead though, so you're not going to get many verts. How would you clear these conditions? How are you going to clear stock and bar?
Oh, I was tricked there. I was tricked.
Well, you thought that was the real Yana?
I kind of did. I did not see the Yana readying up a clone. So that's been tricking me a lot recently. I need to pay a bit more attention to what is going on with those players. Yeah, they're just tricking out everyone. Does not manage to find any value.
Kevin get a nice kill from Eagle Empire though. And honestly, it looks like Myth are stalling a bit here just because they don't have their food.
And nade is perfect on towards Kevin's feet. Kevin will go down in the meantime, and Disco falls as well. And what was seeming like such a good point from Eagle Empires, where they were able to find the advantage, it's just turned into the way of esports. Eventually does manage to trade one back, but now down to low HP as Preco and him are just having a little bit of a who has the biggest hog battle. It does seem to have the biggest one as he does go for the peak as Hauptmann does fall, leaving it all up to Mamali.
He's got the hats though.
Yeah, he's got the hatch, he's got the C4 ready. But
15
the
seconds left.
angles are just not into his advantage. Still on a lot of HP as we
10
do
seconds to
go
go.
into the last 10 seconds. Preco needs to get activated here if he wants a chance of winning this fight back from the hatch.
Nice
He's been
kill.
hurt, but Mamali is just not ready for it, and Preco will pick up another one on the board for MIF Esports.
Sort of chaos there. Like you're in the 2v1 where you can plant safe from the hatch and have the other person hold the hatch, but just managing to win the 1v1 in the end.
And Eagle Empire, it's not seeming like their day at this very moment. We were talking about some changes coming through, and so far those changes, those optimizations, they've not worked out. We need to see something more,
protect your bombs from
something
being
more from
defused
Eagle
by
Empire if
attackers.
we want to see them get this win. It's
Bomb
looking a bit
located by
dire at this very
attackers.
moment. I thought they had that in the bag last round, but again, it's turning out to be a clean sweep for the MIF Esports team. They need to get this one on the board now, because else it's just dire straits going forward onto the attacking half.
Yeah, we're looking at a kitchen defense now. It looks like Eagle Empire are not massive fans of the basement, which like other than Bar was the, I think
10 seconds.
basement was the second highest defense win rate on Charlie in the major.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, it's weird to not see them pick it out too much, but I do
Attackers'
have that
objective
feeling.
is to defuse the bomb.
Don't quote me on this, but I think the last couple of weeks they've not even been playing basement, and then they've been winning on their chalet every single time. So there's definitely something to it, but considering the fact that MIF Esports have done their homework and that MIF Esports were prepared for this map, this is just not looking like they need to be playing on the usual sides. They need to switch it up a slight bit and do some different stuff in order to take the win.
I think the one thing I'd like to see is not giving them these picks and then abusing stuff like the Valk and the Marzi, where you want them to take above so you can get these C4 kills sort of thing. So that if you like give them the space to make them think it's free, they'll go for the full take above and then they get C4.
Yeah, and I'm already seeing the head of the really connected with the Eagle Empire side. He's not really happy about what's going on right here. If you're an Eagle Empire fan, would not be happy either. This is just looking like a dire straight for them. They need to get this one on the board. They need to get something right here, right now. Else it's just going to be MIF Esports. Just try to get a little bit of aggressive with it. That's the first one on the board.
Nice trade.
Traded out by Storm, ready for that pick. As he just tries to go in on his own, but Hauptmann is ready on the angle, getting that one on the board, making sure that Eagle Empire once again have a man advantage, but this man advantage has been given up from them a couple of times, so they'll have to really deliver on this right now. Oh, I think Shokan spotted that one out.
We can see Charco just on the sort of lurk in the bar area, just trying to get these sort of free kill onto the kitchen player.
Ooh, mages away. That's making my heart pump a little bit. My blood is starting to flow. It's just a slight bit. It could have gone either way. Just one more step, and it was just gonna be death upon the Valk.
When I think of kitchen, I just think of one player, and that was Exodus when he was in Seattle, because there'd be about 10 seconds gone in the round, and he'd be walking in from bar and just walking the shot and getting the kill, and he'd do it every round.
Stax is walking in from the exact same direction now, from the dining hallway, finding the first one. These heads should start to come to 1 second now. 20 seconds still left on the board. Oh, that's a good
Nice
one. Immediately, Kevin finding that kill, and that's the refuser shut down, and now it's on the ground. Puico still from upstairs, 10 seconds left, managing to make it back into a 2-on-2 situation. His teammate as well is out towards the side. Now,
5 seconds left.
this is not
1v1.
good. Injuries on both sides as we are, yes indeed, 1v1.
He knew he was.
Operators, you are out of time.
So close.
Yeah,
He stayed prone on the stairs.
yeah, just staying a little bit too aggressive, but
Yeah.
in the end,
He could have
it
hit.
did work out.
That was so close.
Just 1 or 2 more seconds, and that could have been another one on the board for Myth Esports, which they should not have won, in my opinion. But I mean, if you do manage to win out the rounds, it is a round is a round, and no matter what, if you get him on the board, it just doesn't matter how you win him. It just
Yeah.
really does not matter.
And after the game, you won't
Attackers
remember the
need to
ones you
locate
lost.
and defuse as many
So I
bombs as they can.
If you won.
Yeah.
If you lose, then you're having a sleepless night. So,
Sleepless nights. You want to, if you do lose your games, at least you want to lose them in a sense where you feel like you got the maximum out of it and you didn't get cheated out of a win.
the one thing, one inspirational quote, a coach has told me is around no losses, only lessons.
10 seconds to insertion.
So far, Eagle Empire has definitely have a lesson
seconds to
being
insertion.
handed out to them by Myth Esports. A lesson of do not pick the
Attackers
same
are
map
moving out to
week
locate
a
bomb
and
and
week
defuse it.
again. Change up your strats a little bit and perhaps play some different maps.
By the head teacher stacks.
Exactly. The principal stacks.
Yeah. Like, I want to see a little bit more from this Eagle Empire roster. I think with the experienced player with Kevin coming in, being the IGL,
Loading
Yes.
new mag.
trying to give the guidance, give this experience where given, like, we've seen the amount of entry kills and just kills in general with a league. But Kamali's going to just prove me completely wrong and get the entry kill this round.
Activating override.
Eagle Empire is something that these last 3 rounds, if I'm not mistaken, they've been able to get those first couple entry kills on the board. But those last couple rounds, they did manage to get traded out. Again, now they're finally finding themselves in a bit more of an adaptational situation. Whenever I say that, it is immediately turned into a 4 versus 3. Still into the advantage of the Eagle Empire players, but just ever so slightly. At least the one thing that they do have going for them is stacks down on low HP, so only 1 bullet will take him down. But
It's looking like they've sort of changed it around where they, rather than going for the, rather than giving the other team a lot of opening kills and a lot of just kills in general, that they're the ones now getting the entry kill instead. So is it sort of a coin flip sort of playstyle where they're either going to get the kill or die trying?
I think so. Right now it definitely is. But that's because they've realized that they need to give away
Bomb
their
has been
library.
located.
That library is something that Myth Esports was so strong at these first couple rounds at shutting it down and taking it into their advantage. And Eagle Empires, they seem to have given it up these last couple rounds. Something that we saw them being so prominent at week and week again is just holding that library. Made that perfectly. And this time, now that Eagle Empires have changed it up a slight bit, it is starting to look at least a bit better. Getting that second one on the board, making it 4-2 going into the second half now. They are still looking to climb a hill.
Yeah. I think the one thing with most teams on Charlie is if you're playing Charlie, you've got to be really good at attacking it, because in general it is a lot easier to attack than defend.
Really?
Okay. I think so, but that's because I'm scarred from being 5-1 up against Heroic and oh no, I think he was Heroic, yeah, and then
Attackers need to
losing.
locate and defuse bombs.
They do have to
Bomb
consider
located by
this,
attackers.
of course, a great
It might have been against Wild actually. I think we were 5-1 up and then they came back and beat us. Yeah, it was Wild losing game as equals.
It's stuff like that happens. You can be counter-stratted a slight bit, and sometimes some teams do tend to be a bit better on their attack than their defense. Sometimes it's the exact opposite way. It's all about what
10
team
seconds
plays
left
against
before
what team and what matchup is being given.
Yeah.
It's actually
5 seconds left.
this pick from Swarm. This is interesting to see.
The counter.
The camera come out. What?
Is this a counter strat? Have they left them look up on purpose so that someone lurks and then they get the interrogation?
Ooh, I want to see an interrogation. I don't think we've seen a single interrogation so far yet. I would love to see one. Hopefully Swarm is going to be able to find one. I know some people in chat are not hoping for that. But if he does manage to get that interrogation, it will be the first one of the season. And it will be a nice one to see coming through.
Swarm is doing his he's doing his best impression of the Cowardly Fox here. Are you familiar with Cowardly Fox?
No, I'm not.
He's a Twitch streamer, and I think he mains Cav.
Okay. The only Cav Twitch streamer that I know is the God. Or is that Godly?
Yeah, Godly.
Yeah, Godly, right? Yeah, exactly. Where he just screams interrogation every single time he gets an interrogation.
Yeah.
Reloading. Cover me.
But that was just. I don't even know if he's still a Siege streamer nowadays. Actually.
I don't think I've seen him that much, to be fair.
A lot of the older Twitch streamers and the older Siege community have kind of fallen away with this in the recent couple of years. I get that though, like stuff changes up and the game doesn't necessarily change in the way you want it, so you kind of just decide to like it's everyone just changes over time.
I think we're seeing sort of some really good progress from Eagle Empire though, having this opening kill. Hopefully they can pull this round off.
Yeah, they need to pull off this round. Holding the line with that Legion, trying to get that pick on the board. But he's immediately gonna have to fall back. Haltman and again finding Choco now manages to find a 4 versus 3 as these attackers are starting to make their way up onto the upstairs area. And I think they've realized that 2 out of the 3 defenders are upstairs. You've got to be wondering where that last player is, and perhaps they can look towards hitting a site if they find that last player, and if they find out that there's some holes in towards his defense. And look at this, yeah, they've already backed away from it.
Yeah, the site's kitchen, so they're sort of stalling up here. They're running out of time. They just need to sort of hit site before these guys rotate and take the 4v1.
Exactly, trying to find a 4v1, and or perhaps the 3v1. I would have to say, because leaving one player upstairs for the later stages, once that upstairs player is activated, would definitely be a great play. But what is also a great play, double kill on the board. Slayer is finding one as well, and immediately turning into an advantage for the Myth Esports side.
5 seconds
It was
to
a
go.
5 versus 3 here for Ego Empires, and the trend game just doesn't work out their way. The fusion has been planted, but no time as Slayer will drop down, and the disco falls once again.
Yeah, it was a weird one because they're sort of caught in the 2 minds where they've left the player above to, like, you could either leave the player above to hold the flank, or they've left him to retake the hatch late, where he's retaking the hatch, but there's a player there waiting for him.
Yeah, but that's. I feel like that would have been the better kind of play to go for. Hold the line towards the hatch. Make sure that they cannot necessarily. Yeah, but I would have said hold the line towards the hatch. Make sure that they cannot take the hatch once you do go onto the side. Eliminate that one player on the side. The rest of the team eliminates that one player on the side, and then you can just completely take advantage of that. Still having hatch control, but not necessarily having full upstairs control.
Most of the verticals are around in front of the half wall, so as long as the defender can't retake in front of the half wall, then they should have been fine to like hit side. And you think how long in that round were they in a sort of 2 people playing above for myth and then just the warden on side. So they had so much time to take a sort of 3v1 on that warden where they could have got a plant off.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, they really needed to shut down that warden. It was all about the warden staying alive. If that warden would have just died, it would have been another one on the board for the Empires.
It's a weird one because they started off that round where they've gone and started full clearing and trying to take all of above, and then halfway through they've realised, oh, we only have a minute left, we need to rotate and sort of do a half clear.
Changing mags.
Now again, in the meantime, while we're speaking, Ego Empires have again found the first pick, again found themselves in an advantage position. This time, though, it's not immediately turned into a 5 versus 3, so they're just going to keep their cool for a slight bit, allowing Myth Esports to reset and consider what they have to do now. They are starting to make their way in. There is actually a mirror being played, and it's holding such a weird angle from this upstairs area. I mean, it could really work out in the way of the Myth Esports side, but if it doesn't, just like it does right now, as Sleeve does get shut down, that should be the mirror winner in control of these attackers. Mirror probably having to get off it any second now. Pico managing to find one back again.
The look-up loop.
That's perfectly played from Amali.
Yeah.
Shoko getting it down as a trade. And look at this! Look at the left side on the screen! And this goes down. Kevin is
Two
down.
downs.
And it's just, it was an advantageous situation for Ego Empires, but they've been split, and it's the frost traps. It's the frost traps
Oh
that have caught them
Surely.
Oh
The
no, we're back in silver, ladies and gentlemen.
I think, the one thing I'm remembering is when we were talking to Nads before the game, one of the things he said was, we've worked on closing out these rounds, but that's the one thing that we're not seeing these last 2 rounds. Because the man advantage for both these rounds and just not quite closing them out. The first round we saw them stall and switch up their ideas, whereas that round it was 2 frostmats.
Yeah, I'll give them that last round though, because what they were most likely trying to do is just close it down the way they've been practicing it. And then they completely forgot. They just completely forgot about the frost traps, and that's where they get dangerous. Traps operators are only dangerous if you forget.
Frost is so common. It's so hard. And I think especially with these changes now with Smoke not having a shield, you kind of have to bring a Frost more or less, so you should be expecting it.
You should be expecting it. It definitely, but of course, you have to consider these teams are not they're not necessarily trying to, or they're really trying to finish it up by doing what they usually do, and then they can kind of get tunnel vision. It's a big problem, and it's a problem that they will. I'm already sure that they're gonna look at that for the next couple weeks, and these mistakes are not really gonna happen, at least for the upcoming month or so. But it can happen. Sometimes you just forget about that stuff, and it's just not good that they forgot. It's really a bad time for them to forget.
I wonder, they must have an intel that they had a Frost, so someone could have either seen Frost or drawn the Frost map. Whereas then, especially when we're in the 5v3 moment, someone could literally just be calling, check for Frost mats, or just literally keep just chuck it out, that sort of thing, so that you don't give them the free kills.
Yeah. But it didn't happen, as we do now again go into another round, and this time Myth Esports do start to up the scoreboard first. Immediately Ryato got a little bit of a tear, managing to find 2 for himself, but in the meantime Puisco does manage to take 1 back, and it's now a 3-2 for the Myth Esports side. Ego Empire looking to take a hard loss against one of the other top contenders of the league.
Yeah, Payuko just having a massive game. I think he's a new player for Myth as well, so it's nice to see some a new talent come in and just have a really good performance.
If I'm not mistaken, Puico, this is Puico's second week playing for the Myth team, at least here in the Voltage League.
Yeah.
We did not get to see him before, and so far today, look at these frags.
15 and 1.
Puico is taking this game on his back. There's a reason why the changes were made in the Myth Esports team, and this will just confirm that it was an absolute great challenge. There we go, Puico finishes it up as well, and Myth Esports take the win by basically for free, if I have to be honest. It's really unfortunate to see.
What a performance to be fair from Payuko, 16 KD.
Yeah. I really quickly, before we head to you, Naj, I really quickly want to have a little saying on what I felt like happened there in this game. Myth Esports read the defensive side of Ego Empires perfectly, and then the Ego Empires attack looked a little bit stronger, but in the end, they kind of tunnel visioned a bit too much on what they perhaps did in practice. Now, Naj, let's head over to you. Let's see what your thoughts are about this game.
I'm in so much pain. I don't think anybody read anything. I think the most reading that any of these players have done is the main menu screen. Like he are way more aggro than they were in the previous Playdays. Like I don't know if anyone else noticed that they were playing like 4-man roams. They were playing God knows what, right? They were taking gunfights here and there and everywhere. Like Kevin borderline threw around because he tried to go for a 2K that was like stupidly unrealistic.
I didn't mind. I know what you're talking about, Kevin. To be fair, I
Mm.
didn't actually mind it because I think they were already in like a 2v4, 2v5. So I thought it's kind of fine to be aggressive. But in general, what did you think about the sort of closing out rounds and the stuff that Darcy said to you before the game? Did you feel like they were doing that, or were you a bit disappointed?
When it came down to closing out rounds, something I noticed a lot of was a lack of execute. They would get the breach open, but then they'd be lost. They do everything they need to do to get to the execute, but then there'd be no execute play. There would just be them kind of standing around trying to get a gunfight. But the problem is the entire game, as it unfolded, like, mind my language, he shit the bed. Like, in every gunfight. That's just how it went. I think Puko played well, like played incredibly. I think Myth as a team like performed. And I think it was definitely a good day for them, which is why Puko was so strong. But yeah, the big deal to me is the fact that the only advice that I have to EE is please just go back to your old play style. Because whatever you did in that game didn't work. Like, go back to the drawing board. Sorry.
Like the way they started that game was like how it just went on, sort of thing, where we were seeing the early picks and just lack of composure type thing. And the early round, they were losing them rounds in the first 30 seconds to a minute, where they were starting 3v5s, 4v5s. So as long as they can sort of fix that issue, it'll be a lot better.
Yeah, I did like make some actual notes, and those actual notes, well, kind of consist of just commit to your positions more, because something I noticed from EE was when they were moving around, they were getting caught on rotations, they were getting caught, like they were giving up on angles. Like for example, the gunfight between the Mozzie and the Yana, you can clearly hear. Sure, someone's going to be talking, right? If Kevin's talking, that's fine. But even over the comms, you should be able to hear the fact that Yana is just walking. It's not slow walking. That Yana is just walking in the room next to you, that you are pressed against the doorway of, you are proning, holding that angle, and you decide to stand up and leave.
I'd have liked to see a wine defense, because I think wine is the only site in that map where if the attackers have control, because you're playing such a roam strat and they have to clear you, then you can sort of take the control from the attackers, which is the problem with most of the sites on Charlotte is the attackers can take so much control and there's not much you can do, whereas on wine you can take the control back.
Yeah. Yeah, my general notes, as I said, commit to your positions, just take more favorable gunfights, because at the moment you've got like the rounds where like Riato gets like a nice little opening pick, but like after that point he immediately gives up his position, which is fine. He's got a pick, but it's like he immediately gives up a position that they haven't even really contested yet, up until they threw the flashbangs in, and even then you can just do like the Eminem strategy of moving forward a little bit and trying to dodge the fire. And it's like, or if you really want to like really commit to that position, just, I can't remember who did it, but just do what was done in like a literal pro match.
YZN did
Doc
in the Challenger League, I think. I think it was YZN, but Tenstar did it where they played Doc Bam, Tank the Capital.
Yeah. And it's just like that sort of thing. It just kind of bothered me a little bit, like the fact that there was such a stark difference in E's play style and the way things went. in comparison to how they've been in the past. And it's almost frustrating to see, especially with their comeback story, with them losing the first few weeks and now making a comeback. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah. I think it might have been Canucks actually for 10 still. I don't think it was Wesleyan.
Yeah, it's really just unfortunate to see that
Yeah.
Eagle Empires managed to drop the ball so much. I feel like we could have definitely seen a little bit more from them. I feel like it was just not seeming like the usual Eagle Empires that we've seen over the past couple of weeks. Hopefully, Delsey can make those changes for the upcoming weeks because they need those points. They need to I think they need to win like 2 or 3 more games in order to really qualify themselves for that top 4. And if they don't get those, if they don't continue where they were left off these last couple of weeks, it's gonna be a big problem.
Yeah, but as we've had our little conversation, we've had our little sort of analysis, our little ramble, one would say. I am gonna send it off to a little bit of a break, and we will see you coming into the next match, which should be short.
Op zoek naar een leuke middag of avond gamen met vrienden? Kom dan naar Gamex op de Koerhuisweg in Scheveningen.
Hello and welcome back to Voltage League Season 1 Playday 9. We are going to be going shortly into Secret Powder versus the bottom team. Well, they're all like tied bottom, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Secret Powder versus Jokers. So it's one of those games where the winner of this game goes straight back into the top 6, which is the 4th place or third place to 6th place. I'm pretty sure is all the group of teams that are going to be going into a qualifiers to make it to the top 4, which is LAN. So, I mean, looking at this game with how these teams have played so far, there's definitely star players on both sides, and I've said this time and time and time again that Secret Powder, realistically, based on league experience, have 3 of like the most experienced players in the entire tournament.
Yeah, I think so. You've said that time and time again. Yeah,
I'd say Nihao and Axolotl know since the changes are the most experienced players.
Maybe, but like as I said, there's so many sort of like opportunities for Secret Powder to do well, and then on the opposite side with Jokers, like they've got Doom like helping them out with their team composition and things like that, and making sure that they're like ready for these games. And they don't seem to be like really bolstering that sort of prominence that we really want to see from either of these two teams. So how do we think we're going to perform today?
This is like the battle between the teams that are going to be, whoever loses this game is probably going to end up finishing bottom. So it's a pretty massive game for both teams.
exactly. We are just a little bit over halfway done with the league already, but with that, with these games, especially between the bottom hangers, we need to see one of these, or whatever team wins today is most likely going to have a shot at still qualifying, and whatever team loses today is most likely going to be out for the count. They're just going to have to do the impossible in order to get themselves back out there, which is going to rely as well on the other teams that are above them having to lose out. So these teams, this is a really important game for both of these teams. If they can get this one on the board, then they definitely have a chance to come back. Then they definitely have a chance to perhaps qualify them once again.
Well, now I've got points from both of you, and we are getting ever so closer and closer to this game finally beginning, but we will move on to the map bans just to give those a little look-see. And as you can see, we are playing Clubhouse. What are your thoughts, TW?
I mean, we get to see Clubhouse for the second time today. I think we've seen a couple Clubhouse from both of these teams a couple times so far. So we're definitely going to see both teams being a little bit experienced on these teams. Clubhouse is one of those maps that is, I feel like it's very, it's just a very 50-50 map overall. We see it a lot of the times going 4-2 or 3-3 on the defensive side, especially 4-2. But it just could go either ways. I feel like I just have that slight tingle towards Secret Powder here in Clubhouse though today.
And Di, what do you think?
I think whichever team has managed to adapt to the changes because of the update and just abuse the sort of Azami, Fernir, Valk, whatever's left up is just going to win it. So there's like from previous play days, there's no way for me to know which team's going to work harder.
So personally, I believe taking it to Clubhouse is, I don't know, one of those decisions where you look at it and you think that it could be a pretty wise decision, considering that Clubhouse is generally a very generic map that a lot of these teams has played. But I also think it's a little unwise of Jokers, because Secret Powder have played Clubhouse, and the only time they've played it, they've won. So it's either going to be one of those coin flippy sort of wise or unwise moments where we've got Secret Powder and Jokers in this position where Secret Powder have dominated this map 7-2 against Mago 5, and Jokers have never played it. So Secret Powder don't have that, or haven't played it in this tournament. So Secret Powder don't have that insight.
One thing you could argue is this club is one of those default maps where there isn't much that you can change and do different. So that even though that they haven't played it, sort of thing, that like every team could probably play club.
Yeah, definitely. Like, yeah, that's just how club works. But we do have 10 players in the server, and we are just checking if they are ready. Both teams are ready. I'm going to be handing it off to you guys now, and good luck, have fun. I'll see you after the game.
Thank you.
See you after the game, man. Have a good one. All right, here we go. Clubhouse is where we're starting. Like both of you said, it's just one of those very generic maps. We're gonna have to see if any of these teams really can manage to come out on top here and manage to really edge themselves out. And considering that these two are both bottom hangers, picking out a generic map like this is gonna be a very interesting one to see. And considering the fact that Secret Powder, since they have played this map, like Marsh mentioned, it's gonna be it's gonna be really hard for the Jokers to come back into this map when Secret Powder are starting on their defense, and the Jokers, they have not much, or they don't necessarily have the best they aren't necessarily heading into the best matchup here, and they need to start out on attackers.
We're going to see the ace ban, and that's very interesting, to be fair. I think like we previously saw our Urbana ban, which is pretty common, but you don't often see the ace ban. So I wonder what their thinking is. Is it going to try and be a mirror strat so they can't just chuck the ace on and get the mirrors open early?
That could definitely be a strat. I have a feeling that this, I mean, it's always this, the thing here, or the theme here on Clubhouse is always banning out one of the hard breacher. Usually it's Hibana, or sometimes it's Thermite. But we instead get to see a completely different pick, different ban of the ace. Now again, we see a Thatcher ban. That's definitely a really interesting one that might just come into play if we do not see a Cape ban. And a Zombie ban, which should be default, like Nash has mentioned, or like we've all mentioned today. Azami has been just so prominent, such a good character since she did not get nerfed. And a Warden man as well.
This must be inspirational from the Tom J. Sherlock Invitational, because the Demo, Citizen, and Leaders team went through the whole Invitational banning Warden, and this just means that you bash the Ying, you bash the Blitz, but we're not seeing that from Jokers at the moment.
Yeah, we might just get to see
Attackers need to locate and
Ying being
defuse
played
bomb.
here. We might just get to see Ying being played as well. It would be a nice strategy to perhaps see. And I feel like if we do get to see that, then it's gonna have to be up to the Secret Powders players playing way too roam heavy. The Jokers realizing that in the drone stage, and then they just change it up and they immediately go for that blitz rush in order to take that basement at the side. Especially for the basement side, having that blitz rush being available can be so powerful.
Honestly, as soon as Secret Powder go on to the attack, I'm expecting complete chaos, because that Warden ban isn't by accident. They've got to have something cooking.
Before insertion.
Yeah, I didn't we're gonna have to wait and see though, because they first have to start out on the defensive half, where they of course aren't able to use the warden that they themselves banned out, but they banned it out themselves, so they were most likely not even gonna be playing it, or they most likely have an anti-strat against it. I'll have to see if that does come into fruition.
Yeah, I think I'd have liked to see the Jokers just completely act off that Warden ban, because that means that you should be bringing stuff like the Ying, the Capital smokes, just stuff that you can completely abuse to win these rounds.
Exactly, and abusing those operators could just be an easy win. It could just make for an easy win. As the Jokers are quite easily able to take that position. And so far, looking at where these defenders are positioned, do not see any Romans. It's seeming like we have a very heavy turtle strat coming out from the Secret Powder side, and the Jokers are just going to go through their motions bit by bit. And in the meantime, actually, Duco from Dugout manages to find Bubbles getting a little bit aggressive really early on, but immediately traded out by Mr. Patrick. And oh, look at that from Banaxi. Spots a cheeky little nitro cell, and that's not necessarily going to be into full fruition. You're going to have to look at that, Banaxi. You do not.
This could go so wrong. This could go so
wrong. I'm imagining it going wrong. If that was me, I would have died. Of course, Panaxi is a little bit of a different kind of beast. Panaxi is a bit better than your average Lab Diamond player. So
I would have liked to see the cage in the kitchen. That's just so like sometimes when you're trying to nade the cage off and you just realise, oh, it's above, it's in kitchen. One thing I never realised with those observation blockers is I thought you had to put them like in a doorway, like in a Rooney gate. I didn't realise that you could put them anywhere.
Yeah, I thought so as well when I initially saw it in like an update trailer, an update video, or whatever it was. I thought you had to put them there as well, but it's actually just even more. It's basically like a smoke on the defensive side.
Yeah. I'm just since I've realised that, I've got so many ideas of how you could use it to make it really good.
And you are an IGL type of coach type of player, so I'm expecting you to have those ideas.
I've got to cook. Call me Gordon.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Call him Gordon Ramsay, just like the Jokers. You could call them or Secret Powder. I'm sorry, you could call them Gordon Ramsay as well, because they are the chefs cooking up this Joker's side, as they will immediately manage to get their first one on the board. Secret Powder taking the basement side without a single problem.
Yeah. Like, it was a pretty weird lineup seeing the Rook coming through, but in the end just winning these gunfights, getting them kills.
I feel like them picking the Rook was playing really much into the advantage of them just holding a very anchor turtle kind of threat, because even if someone does get down, you're still playing the anchor. You're most likely gonna be able to revive them if they do go down, and giving that a little bit extra health as well to your anchor players could really work out perfectly, and it really proved that it did.
One smart play I think we saw because of the ace ban is the ban is open in the patches, which means she's like quite low on pellets. We've seen how they had opened that church wall where it was open on the right side with the shield. So it more or less meant that without the ace and with not that many Habana pellets, they would have had to open the church wall, which they would have really struggled to do.
Exactly. So Secret Powder, the first ban has already come into fruition. We're gonna have to see if, of course, their second man comes into fruition just later on. But what does come into fruition is Anon's spawn peak. Getting that first kill on the board again, Diana just having to spectate his teammates as she again just has to just wait a little bit. It's already 0-2 and just not having the greatest of time so far. It's definitely not really fun having to spectate your teammates time and time again.
Yeah, we're seeing them give up most of this map control now. They're going for a sort of con hold rather than holding the cash in top red. Just in general, it's a pretty weird setup from Secret Powder more than anything, but especially with them feet holes in the wall self.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, they're doing some weird strats, but so far it's really working out that way. I do like seeing. I love seeing teams adapting it ever so slightly every single week, doing weird strats and making them work. If they can make something like that work, it could even be something for the future. It's just really, it will really help in the future. Getting those weird strats on the board, making sure that you were able to take wins on your defensive side and on the attacking side as well. It will really help out a lot in making sure that they can get those early leads in the board.
Yeah, I think they could easily be catching the Jokers out here. But they're just finding these kills at the moment, which is giving them a good chance to win this round. Mr. Patrick, though, is going to pick up that lovely kill. Some aggression. Bubbles goes down.
This is the third time in a row that we get to see Bubbles playing on the Super Powder side. I don't know if Bubbles is a stand-in or if Bubbles is a permanent player nowadays, because he still has the Evo clan tag in his name.
Yeah, you have the very, very common team that's known for killing the cheaters. I think that's the reputation that people with EU have built up.
Duco's gonna get aggressive, triple kill for him, as that will leave it all to Anon. Anon already 2 kills on the board this round for himself. Has to get the quad if he wants to clutch this one out, and now he's starting to get aggressive. But Duco will find him, quad kill, will shut him down. Absolute perfect play from Duco as he just shuts this entire defensive side down.
Yeah, I think that's just maybe coming down to sort of running the weird strats where they're giving them a lot of control and they're not really holding on to things like bathroom, things like cash, and it's just flood. They've just, well, Jokers have just managed to get kills from it.
Attackers need to locate
exactly.
and defuse the bomb.
Like we both said, they're doing a bit of a weird strat, and they've really left out some holes in that map. The hole, like you said, it's that bathroom area where you need to play it there. You need to have someone there, especially, most likely a smoke, especially. If you have a smoke there, with that shotgun, with that boomstick, it's just going to be so hard for those attackers to get in there. They're going to have to be aware of the smokes the entire time. They're going to have to be aware of that shotgun that will just absolutely annihilate players no matter what if they get near. And that's definitely a huge problem.
5 seconds to go.
One thing we've seen as well is because they're not holding that pass position and just falling off so fast, it means that these Jokers players can just play windows. And I think that's one way how they got a lot of their kills, is they've just had so much time to play these windows, rather than if they were holding cash and holding this map control, then they wouldn't have as much time.
Now already heading into the third round. Let's have a quick look at the defender side. Defender side of operator pick. Basically the same thing that we saw last round, if I'm not mistaken. No changes came through, and on the attacking side we do see the exact same thing. And they're going to start to open up those hatches, open up those sidelines, and especially already getting more control over garage. The P comes out there from Anon, and this time around the roam will not work out. We'll go a man down to start us off with, as the Jokers are starting to take control of the entire east side of the map, running out and making sure that everything is cleared before they really start to go for a hit. And it's looking like a bit different, a bit of a different approach now from the attacking side.
Yeah, I think the one thing you got is you got what you asked for when you asked for the smoke. Hopefully he's playing in bathroom like you wanted.
Ooh, Bubbles trading it out though, immediately getting that 4 versus 4 on the board. There we go, there's the smoke spotted out. This time actually not playing in bathrooms, but with the Jokers not even going from the bathroom side of the map, the west side, it doesn't really have to matter that he's playing in the bathroom, that the smoke is not playing in the bathrooms. He can just play back a different position to where the attackers are playing, and then holding a chokehold like that will definitely come into fruition a bit later on.
Mr. Patrick in the run about the same position where he got the kills last time. Hopefully he can sort of try and find an opening.
Yeah, he's really trying to, but already has to back off the angle. This is a cheeky little foothold though.
Yeah. The one problem is this is the first place that you check when you peek the door is the only issue.
Something I don't really like when people just hold those footholds is they look at the feet.
A bomb has been located.
I always, if I hold a foothold like that, I will place my crosshair towards where the body is placed, so I can still see the feet, but I can at least shoot that body, and I can shoot like the bigger amount, the bigger part of where they, like I can hit the players and do more damage instead of just shooting at feet.
Yeah.
Now, Lance is on a tear, just like Panaxi finding his first one on the board as well. Now here comes in, here the smoke does come in. The hatch will get flashed off for just a slight bit, but immediately goes back towards the angle. Player 45 picks that one up, looting it all up to him and the lots. Meantime, Zen finds that kill, and Panaxi finds his second one on the board. That's another one on the board for the Joker's side, finding themselves in the lead after being one down initially.
Yeah, just pretty solid from Jokers. I think switching up what they did and going for that clear was really good. I think they might have realised the space that was given to them with Cash being clear and just being able to take that map control for free.
Ooh, Daj. Sorry. Dai. It's just your name and Naj's name. It's just basically one. Like, it's spelled entirely different, but it's just one letter difference in my head. But yeah, look at this. What we get to see from the Secret Powder side, we get to see a Fenrir being played again. Second time today. Hopefully, it does come into fruition.
Honestly, getting 5 of them gadgets. It's all the same thing that you could see with his army is he could be using these gadgets on the roam to make it easier, but he has the option of keeping some of them in his pocket so that when he falls back to site, you could literally make the site a fortress as well.
Exactly. I feel like in Siege or Ubisoft have been trying to improve the attacking play, or have been trying to make it easier for the attackers. But then adding in operators like Azami and Fenrir just has the complete opposite effect, in my opinion.
Yeah,
there's operators that are just basically you have to sit back and you just throw your stuff. And you get easy util usage out of it. It's kind of working against what they're trying to do.
I think that I think that's just them two operators can like completely change a map from being attack sided to defense sided. Like maps like Border that have been attack sided from since they first ever came out, whereas now you can have these ops that completely change the way the map plays out.
Yeah, it will just completely change everything around. This time again, Secret Powder, they're losing their first pick. This is the 3rd time in a row where one of them goes down initially and they aren't able to refrag it back. It's looking like this Roma setup from them currently is not working out too well, and looking at what the Jokers are setting up here, I think they're aware of where Anon is playing, and once Anon gets spotted, once Anon gets hunted from upstairs, it's just he's gonna be in a world of trouble. And yeah, there we go. Tuko's already trying to go for it, and the hatch is being held as well. Ooh, tickles with the idea of trying to shoot through the wall. He was right there for just a second, but just doesn't decide to go for it, as he knows Smurfy is downstairs holding the hatch, so once Anon does drop down, there's just no way out. He's stuck like an absolute
It's nice from Smurfy, to be fair, realising that they need to get this intel in, because at the time there was no one on drones, and then he gets the kill as well.
Anon doesn't even have to drop down in order for that kill to be found. Now leaving it all up to player 45 and Mr. Patrick. At least we do see the Fenrir still in play, so that could definitely come to do something a bit later on into the round. But with a minute left, Mr. Patrick is starting to get aggressive. These attackers are
Attackers
starting to
recovered
head
the
on
diffuser.
towards the side.
Attackers
Zen
have located
does
a
not go
bomb.
down. There's something in the way of the secret powder side. It should be coming through any second now. Or actually, no, it does
The
not even
aggression.
come through. Player 45 waits for the perfect timing and managing to get both of those kills.
The hatch is
Just
closed as
immediately
well.
turns it around. Oh yes. You
Never
right.
mind. I thought the hatch was closed.
Oh,
Unless he's the fastest maverick in the world. That's who he's on.
Wow, what a take back from Secret Powder there, making sure that that round is theirs for the taking. It was just an absolute great showing from player 45, managing to get those 2 kills on the board, bailing out or using the injure as bait. I mean,
Yeah,
usually you kind of want to finish him up, and this time he just does
I wonder if
good
he
old
knew.
Battle Royale strat.
Yeah, like I wonder if he knew he injured the guy above, so they were going for the res, so
Attackers
that
need to
he
locate
knew
and
that they
defuse
could
as
both
many
be
bombs as they
aggressive. He
can.
probably called it, so they managed to get him kills back into the one back.
And even if it didn't necessarily know, he knew the moment the red started to come in. Of course, that gives off a little bit of a sound cue. And the moment he heard that sound cue, just pushed it, went for the gamble, knowing that it's a 4-on-2, knowing that he needs to get those 2 kills on the board if they wanted a chance at winning that. And the risk worked out perfectly for himself. The risk worked out perfectly for his team.
Yeah. We're seeing CC now, sort of the same thing as we previously said, whereas not a very good site, not often picked. But even at the majors, some teams manage to pull it
Attackers
off.
are moving out to locate a bomb.
There's
and
just
defuse it.
there's some weird stuff. By weird, people know that people are aware of the strat that you could run, or you could catch people up with.
Well, looking at what the bandit is doing, they're trying to go for a bandit trick in order to shut down that main wall from being opened up. Let's have a look at if Lance is going to be successful at it. But as well, Adam is holding the window, and as well as getting out of danger. I think the bandit trick worked
Yes,
out
true.
perfectly there. Yes, indeed, and that's one of the thermite charges already gone. But in the meantime, his back has been opened
A
up,
bomb has been
and
located.
Bubbles needs to place down those electric charges. In my opinion, if he really wants to, if he perhaps wants to shut this down, because that window is now open for the taking for the attacking side.
Yeah, no EMPs from Jokers at the moment, so they're probably going to struggle with this bandit trick unless they get some nades going through that window. Instead, we can see.
I feel like we should look at actually just put a player on there, to be honest.
Yeah.
Could be a little risky, but we could just most likely.
Zen's been allowed to go at them. I would have probably liked to see them contest that a bit more so they could get the bandit trick off.
Yeah. The bandit, or actually the bandit did already fall down, so that wall is going to be opened up. Zen in the meantime does fall down, is now injured as well. Smurfy down to low HP, and player 45 on the other side is down to low HP. All of these players, or some of these players, are just one shot away from dying.
Honestly, this feels like a rank game. There's just kills going everywhere. And it's just all a bit of a mess more than anything.
Yeah, so far it's not been a clean game from either team. It's looking like a bit of a, yeah, it's definitely looking like a mess. It's definitely looking like lower hanging to both of the lower hanging teams in the leaderboard. It's showing that in terms of the gameplay. But of course, I would have to say every single one of these teams in this league is kind of really near each other. But this is just one of those games that is just so
Messy, it feels
messy,
like.
yeah, it's just messy. Especially
Yeah.
The sledge is on towards the side. There's no one there to back him up. Lance was kind of there, but not really. And that will just give a free one away for the secret powder side. A chance to perhaps retake this once again. Now, has been found towards the logs from the Patrick will turn around, get that one on the board. 2-on-1 situation, 20 seconds into the round. There's still something left. There's still a chance left. And actually, the one with high HP is trying to defuse
15 seconds
the
to
bomb.
go.
Gets the
Attackers are activating
diffuser
bomb
on there.
diffuser.
Zend and Lance are the last ones to start. But Mr. Patrick still has the health advantage, still has the health in order to do this. Just needs to land one shot to Zend in order to clutch this one out. But it's just a crossfire setup. Once the one gets activated, the other will get activated as well. And I don't think that Patrick has any chance to find this one.
Honestly, he's gonna pull off like an almost impossible clutch here. And he's not gonna manage to do it with Lance getting the kill.
Yeah, he could have done it. I feel like Lance got a bit too overzealous with it. He got a little bit too aggressive.
I was wondering where the holes were. There's no holes in the cache wall. So like even if the smoke was stuck in cache, he wouldn't be able to smoke default plant or close to the window if they planted or even breach. The only place that they could really smoke them was red.
Yeah, it's all just a big mess going on right now. I feel like these teams, both of them, need to take a bit of a timeout and perhaps recuperate and think about how they can improve their strats. Because the team that really gets themselves organized will take this map on their backs. The first team to get organized will win this game, I think.
I think I'm confident in Secret Powder with that warning ban. As soon as they get onto the attack, I think we'll just see them completely take control of the game.
I think so as well, but then as well you have to consider they are on the attack, they're on the least favorable side, so it could work out the way that you're thinking that it's going to work out, but it could just
10 seconds left.
and it could just not even matter.
I think the big thing for me is I don't think that the Jokers have fully abused the fact that Warden's been banned, whereas I think Secret Powder banning the Warden, they must have prepared for it.
Yeah, I'll have to agree with you on that. It's looking like they must have prepared for it. But they need to get this one on the board, in my opinion, if they really want to find themselves in a decent, comfortable position heading into that second half. Because else it's going to be a really hard one to pull back. It's going to be a difficult one in order to win this one out.
Sort of like the Axolotl game where we saw them 5-1 up. If they get a 4-2 defense, then they can do the same on defense, where they could do some coordinated aggression to take control of rounds, because when they're 4-2, they could do that. Duker's gonna find one though.
Aggressive from the Jokers, trying to go for that loot, trying to go for those stairs and immediately getting into the faces of the Secret Powder side. Again, just trades and kills coming everywhere across the board. It's just an absolute mess. I'm not even able to follow up as a caster here. It's just, I feel like what's happening, and now from above, player 45 will find another one, and after the diffuser down, just has to play a bit safe here, making sure that this, he doesn't even need to make sure that the diffuser can be picked up. He can wait for his teammate to enter me, and that's player 45 on the echo with the cam. We'll soon get info about Panaxi, and once that info has been given, they're both gonna get quite aggressive. But Panaxi, knowing that he needs to do something, gets
this is nice to be fair. The heretics above.
I mean, he needs
to. I think they know.
To find one. Yeah, they should know. They should know, just based off the fact that it's a 2 versus 1, and you need to get aggressive in a 2 versus 1. You cannot just play the 2 versus 1. You're just gonna be double swung, and you're gonna be dead no matter what. Panaxi is hunting. He's smelling blood. Player 45 is doing just slightly not enough, because this is a crossfire setup and a half, and Panaxi is just gonna be baited away as both of those teams, whereas one of them has already gone towards the side. Deluxe with the pre-fire coming through it. That's Panaxi down as well. Third one on the board for Secret Powder. I mentioned it just a little bit ago. They needed to get the third one on the board if we could really see their attacking side come into fruition with that Warden ban. Now it's up to them.
I think it was a nice round from Secret Powder, but what are the Jokers doing? Like, they've just all pushed from strip when the hatch is open and they have a solace above. Like, there's nothing that they could do. Like, they just completely threw that round.
Yeah, it's looking like a bit of a throw from the Jokers. They definitely had a great position there in that round to take the win. But now, they are on the defensive side, and again, we get to see another Fender pick, and I'm starting to become happy about these Fender picks. Getting to see the new operator come into play and how teams are playing over this, it's always nice to see.
And now we're cooking with the Ying. This is where it starts.
Yeah, the Ying is Sophia as well. Hibana took for those flashes, and if I'm not mistaken, Buck will most likely have flashes as well. This is going to be really difficult for the Joker side.
No, we might see. To be fair, we'll see what's stronger, Fenrir or Ying when Warden isn't done.
If I'm the Joker's here and I'm thinking
Attackers
of
must
why
locate
would
and
Secret
defuse the
Powers
bomb.
ban out Warden? Okay, why would they ban out Warden? What is going against Warden? Ying. Well,
Changing mags.
what are they looking to do with Ying? They're looking to get a clean round or a clean attack on the board, so that once they hit the side, it's a 4 versus 4, 5 versus 4, whatever it is. That they don't have where the attackers don't have a disadvantage. If the Jokers really want to counter-strat this, they need to get aggressive against it. They need to shut down 1 or 2 players and keep the advantage going into the later stage of the round to make sure that Ying doesn't really come into play.
One thing I thought when I seen teams banning Warden in the Tom J. Sherlock Invitational was that you can't let them execute, because if you let them execute, then you don't really have a chance. Maybe with the Ferner up, because it's something else. So you have to win the early round, you have to roam and shut teams down.
Definitely, that's really just a counter strand, and hopefully for hopefully for the Jokers, they are reading into that. It's looking like a lot going on, and Anon is not aware of it yet. There we go. Anon gets shut down. That's Duko for the first one on the board for the defending side. Now he is still over towards that upstairs area. So if I'm gonna have to be trying to get away, but it doesn't even matter. He just continues his journey. Eventually gets found by Patrick. Nice little flick to finish him off, but at least he's done his work. He's done the hard carrying work, making sure that 2 of those attackers are already shut down. And now once it comes to a hit, to an execute on the side, it's just going to be in the advantage of the secret powers, of the Joker side. No matter what, even if the Ying is still alive, even if they can still open those hatches.
Yeah, we're more or less seeing a 4v3 from Jokers. It's just been a really solid round. Now we're going to see the sort of what can have the more impact, the Ying or the Ferner.
A bomb
Just
has
waiting
been
for both
located.
of these teams or for the attacking side to start initiating. Still 40 seconds left, so with the Hibana being alive, those hatches will be opened up now, and they're starting to really open up those angles. And actually, they're only opening up the angles now. They've been slow at this very moment. Secret Part have been just a little bit too slow, in my opinion. They need to be faster if they want to execute to fully work. Now you can never but immediately gets down. Trades coming through on the board. Secret Power advantage. Another one. There we go. The Joker's reading perfectly into the Warden pick and making sure that the roam play, or that the roamer managing to find the advantage once the execute does come through.
Yeah, it was just the opening kill for free, more or less, for Secret Powder on Jokers there. Oh no, the other way around, sorry. So Joker's getting that kill on the back, just not having the intel about the roamer.
And having a look at, again, a Fenrir being picked out from the defensive side. And
Defenders,
I'm loving
protect
what
your
I'm
bombs
seeing
from
here every
being
single
defused
time.
by
The
attackers.
Jokers are taking Fenrir into their own hands and using them to good fruition here. Not necessarily, I feel like I've not necessarily seen way too much impact from Fenrir, but I feel like as well he could be one of those operators that you don't necessarily see have too much impact. It's not like you actively see it with a smoke or with a mute or a blip or a bandit, I mean, where you actively see these gadgets being very useful. It's more like it might be in the backhand, it might be in the corner. It's something that you don't necessarily see as an observer or a caster.
5 seconds
But
left
he
before
definitely is having a good amount of impact so far.
Attackers are moving out to
Yeah,
locate
honestly,
the
I
bomb.
think it's going to be really strong and have a big impact, just because you think of Malusi and how Malusi can give away your position and stop from pushing somewhere. Now you have 5 gadgets that you can activate and stop people from pushing the exact same places.
Deploy the clear shield. Taking this back.
We're going to see CCTV again.
Put the shield down.
The opposite pick's a bit weird, to be fair. I'd say maybe a bit outdated. It's something you'd probably have seen when they first came out, but most people play this in the fall.
The thing is, though, the Osa
Bomb
still
located
has.
by
She
attackers.
has those windows, or she has those window backers, whatever it is. Plus, she has the utility in order to shut down the mute, in order to shut down the bandit. I think for just a site like this, she's still very useful, even though it's just a slight bit outdated. It's still one of those picks that you can just pick out any single time, and you at least find some value with it.
Yeah, the one thing I'd say is like that position you could play still just play it under repel and be safe.
Yeah.
Rather than bring like a util option like your Ying, like your Capital. But we're gonna see a huge different bubbles.
Bubbles as well. It does get hacked down to low HP, so that might come in later on as these attackers are starting to make their way in, starting to creep their way in and really slivers around these last couple defenders that are standing on the side. There is still a Roma that I just caught in the corner of my eye, and that's Duco. Still has a C4 from downstairs, will not hit. Just unfortunately, he's not going to be using the C4 anyway.
He's gonna get it back though.
Yeah, gets it back. It's a nice one to get back in. Oh, he spots out the player on the camp. C4's managing to turn it around for the Joker side. They now go as they are now in a 4-on-2 situation. To play a 45 and Mr. Patrick to flush this one out.
Yeah, I think the one thing that this also brings you actually is that you can play more aggressive towards Garage when you bring this shield. So that he could hold 90 and hold the window a bit more than on repel. But he is going to go down to Lance.
I was predicting Secret Powder to win with the operator bands, and even before the game I had that feeling that they were perhaps going to be winning, but so far we're not seeing a good attacking side from them. We're seeing a attacking side that is just being shut down bit by bit, and mostly by roamers.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed. I was expecting a lot more from the band.
Yeah, I mean they've been using the Ying the entire time. They're at least considering that there's no warden that is being able to be played. But the thing that is just going wrong for them is really that drone play, they're shutting down the Romans, and that's just such a huge problem for the Joker side. Now hopefully it will bring a change on the Joker side, or if we do get to see a change, or if it does really change up the dynamic here, we might just be able to see Secret Powder take one back, but then once again, the sides, it's just going to be the same story again. The Joker will be able to go downstairs in the basement,
10 seconds left
which
before
they most
insertion.
likely will be very strong at if Secret Powder does
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, to be fair, we're not seeing that
Attackers
much
are moving
weird
out to locate
from
a
this
bomb and
strat.
defuse
It's
it.
a pretty standard gym hold from Jokers coming out, but the glass pick from Secret Powder, that's a bit spicy to be fair.
One thing though that I do have to figure out, Secret Powder have played glass every single map, and Anon, I think Anon
Camera
in
in
the
position.
last couple of weeks or in the last couple of months, we saw Anon pick him every single time, like time and time again. Every single map we saw him pick it every single time on attack.
Yeah.
Anon just loves playing glass. He's a glass main at heart, but we've had days where he's taken over games with the glass, and we've had days where he's just not done much, and where we've kind of felt like the glass pick has not been the right one to go for.
I think if you want more nades and you have someone like a Thermite that can bring you smoke, I think it's fine as long as you have like a pretty insane glass player that can get you kills. But it's up
That
to
should
you
be
if you
Anon.
yeah, if you think that's Anon.
I feel like Anon should be the insane glass player that will get kills towards the end.
I know
Because you want the glass to stay alive on those long range angles.
I know Strike on Axolotl really loves his glass as well. They call him the Hungarian sniper.
And there we go, already Anon finding the first one up on the board.
Attackers dropping.
So
Attackers
far
have
it's only
located a bomb.
it's worth its weight in bronze, not worth its weight in gold just yet, as he still has a little bit left to find before the Jokers or before Secret Powder does manage to pick up this round.
Yeah, nice 2 kills. I wonder if he can close out this round now.
really starting to make their way in towards the side. I think Smurfy is the only one anchoring on the side. If I'm not mistaken, there's just not much support for Smurfy as we do see a Valk rolling around, trying to perhaps go from behind and trying to perhaps be a nuisance to these attackers once the hits does start to come through. But immediately is found out, has been killed. Duco is down as it's easy 5 versus 2. I think Secret Powder should be able to take this one. What was that from Bubbles?
We're so shocked.
And Anon finds another one. Okay, that's the
How is he
glass
man?
upgrading its weight to silver.
I'm so confused how he's managed to vault before he's killed him.
I do not know either. Yeah. Well, hopefully we can get to see a replay on that. I'll be looking at the
I
stream
think
to see a
he
replay.
struck the flashes and then he just sprinted in and without thinking, more or less. Well, it's not even like it's a bad play to be fair, but there's no way you can expect him to be right in front of the breach.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, yeah, I would not have expected him to be in front of the breach either, instead of being behind the breach in the bathroom where you usually hold.
Yeah.
Now then, Joker's going back to their basement site, which they were really comfortable and winning, and look at this, Deluxe already changing it up a slight bit, being aware of the fact that their warden, or that the warden is being banned out. They need to shut down the roam play in order to get themselves in a good position to win the round. But immediately switches back to Q. It's kind of unfortunate to see. I feel like a Jackal would have really been the operator to play. Something to shut down these roamers.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think they're just skeptical because they've left the Valk up and them cams. They just want to make sure they can get rid of it. As well as they'll have fallen for on these Furner gadgets as well.
Then just pick it a cabbie. Then just pick it a cabbie, in my opinion. I mean, even if you, well, the cabbie, what could the cabbie replace? She could replace the Sophia or the Buck. I wouldn't necessarily. I would kind of want to because of that utility. You can shut all of that down. Just replace her with the Sophia or the Buck. Before roamers, you will have access towards the cams. Plus, you have the IQ in order to shut down the utility.
Yeah. Duco's gonna get the opening frag though. I think the one thing when you want players to bring up like Arcadia and stuff, it's just sometimes people just want to play comfort like the Zofia, like the IQ or whatever, just to get the good gun. But Mr. Patrick's gonna get the kill on the Zofia. That looks like a comfort pick.
Yeah. And here we go. This is the Jokers now finding themselves on the back foot this round, and now that they don't have the warden, this is just gonna be so hard to hold off against.
Yeah, it's just, can you close out this 4v3? It's an issue that we've seen, is a lot of these teams have been losing these 4v3s and a lot of clutches, but hopefully Secret Powder can do it this round.
Here we go. Zen is getting aggressive.
Surely there's a coming garage. Surely.
There could be. Let's have a look. Deluxe is looking at a cam. Could definitely be a cam towards that area, but so yeah, indeed, look at Zend, already down to low HP, now probably has to back off, as the risk that he took would not go to any avail. Now does get shut down, and we are into a 4 versus 2. There should be no way on planet Earth that Secret Powder reaches rounds.
Bomb located by attackers.
Knock, knock.
Yeah. I think he was checking for the aggression. I think he was checking for the Furner gadget rolling, but the aggression just to get that kill back. A nice 3v2 situation, but you need to find another kill.
Yeah,
But actually going down makes it a 3v1. I think they're gonna go for this kitchen plant now.
They should definitely just do it. Send in the Yinka there, Smurfy knows it as well. His position is kind of known. They don't necessarily know exactly where he is, but they know his general area. And with Smurfy being down to low HP, it's just too hard of a clutch to try to really clutch out for. Maybe just go for a couple kills and maybe a high level 2, get a little extra KD. Because there's just no way that he can find himself back in there. Yeah, player 45 shuts it down, and that's another attacking run on the board for Secret Powder as they're starting to take this round back into their control.
Yeah, just overall a good round. We've seen them closing up rounds the Jokers didn't when they were on the attack.
Now, if I'm the Jokers, where do you go? Church Arsenal again, I guess.
Yeah.
You see another Fenway being picked, and this time a Vigil. Okay, Duco switching it up, because what we really have to be looking at is Duco here. If Duco manages to get a couple frags here on the roam,
Defenders,
then
protect your bombs
just like he
from being
did in the
defused
first
by
church,
attackers.
I think that he's going to be able to shut it down. I think that he's going to be able to guarantee the run for the Jokers, but if he is not, then it's just going to be another one from the Secret Powder side, and they will be finding themselves onto match points.
We've seen a really nice strat from M&M at Major where they brought the Mute and they brought the Vigil and it was just a complete bait where they just baited the roam and then it just wasted so much time. I wonder if that's something that Jokers want to do.
They could be doing
10
that,
seconds to
but
insertion.
again, considering the fact that the enemy team does have a Ying, does have a
5 seconds
Sophia,
left.
you don't really want to bait it out too much, to be honest.
Attackers' objective is to
You
locate
need
a
to
bomb
get
and
kills.
defuse it.
You need to get
Yeah.
kills on the board, because else there's just nothing. Once the Ying gets to the side, there's not much you can do.
Yeah. I wonder how much the Ferner actually counters the aim, to be fair.
I don't quite know. I don't quite know how much it would be. We might have to have some of the players there. Window and immediately peek out. A little bit cheeky. Still hands around. I'm wondering if Bubba's saw him. I don't quite think he did, because he's still hanging around the window.
No.
Did he back off? I'm not sure.
I wonder how much they're actually roaming this round, to be fair. And if we get the early aggression like you wanted. I think the Vigil is the only roamer at the moment.
Yeah, look at this. Vigil's already been spotted out. Just takes a slight bit of chip damage as you now have to pop out the hatch. And there we go. Player 45 is ready for it immediately.
That's just way too easy for Secret Powder.
Yeah, they're managing to destroy this roam.
If,
Way too easy.
like if say they had their Vigil player in Moto there, they would have had the exact same
Bomb located by
like
attackers.
outcome of them trying to roam clear without having the entry there.
And Secret Power, or the Jokers are they're playing a bit too hesitant and a bit too easy with the traps. Either they should have committed, like you said, on the fake roam,
Yeah.
or they should have committed 2 players on the roam. They could then trade each other out and then rely on the roam. And if the roam doesn't work out, then it's just game over. It's just kind of half-assed.
Now they're in the 45, whereas I think if you get the opening kill, you have around a 70% chance of winning the round.
Yeah, well, considering that the Ying is still up and the Sophia is still up, I think that 70% should be close to 80, maybe 90.
Yeah. Which is how well can Secret Powder get their processes now. We can see they've got the half open and
Attackers
making
drop
the
the
verse.
diffuser.
But Lance is going to get into the back.
Attackers have recovered their
There's bubbles
diffuser.
there. Everybody's managed to get all of those hatches opened up, because if not, could be a little bit of a problem for the Secret Powder side. The Lux now deciding to go from the utility room, going from blue, as he will be holding that angle for just a slight bit. And look at that, everyone's just ready for it now. Holds up for making sure that control is key.
That's a nice kill.
P comes out from them, his Patrick finds him as well, and it's looking
10
like
seconds.
that the initial hits being found on the
Attackers
attacking
are
side
activating
goes
the
into
diffuser.
fruition, as they will now managing to find the match point early on, or not early on, I mean it's still 6-5, we are still one away from going into overtime, but Secret Powder are looking just a slight bit stronger at this very moment, and the Jokers will have to switch it up, and CCTV cash is what they've decided to go for.
Yeah, just a really nice round from Secret Powder. Just really confused to what that run was from Jokers, to be honest. It's like you want to leave one person above to make a hero play and get
Defenders,
5-man
protect
cleared.
your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I'll have to ask you, do you think that this one is going to go into overtime?
Considering the variety on CC and not a massive CC fun, I think that Secret Powder closes it up.
Me, I'll I think I'm gonna agree with you on that. They're gonna have to pull off some heroics if they want to win this one out.
Like, looking at the lineup, you're not doing that much special with the CCTV. But I think this is the only site they have one. So.
No, it was
10 seconds to go.
Oh, fair enough. It might have been Secret Powder the one.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, they did.
Yeah. But I just
Located
think
by
you're doing.
attackers. Attackers
You're
objective
going
is
to one of
defuse
the
a
worst
bomb.
sites on the map, and you're not doing anything weird that would catch the team out.
Yeah, it's all up to the heroics. Oh no!
Good
The
night.
round has started and Duco is disconnected. Yeah, this is. That sucks for the Jokers, because, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know about the rules, if the round has started and someone disconnects, then the round is being played.
I think
That's
they're
just
trying
how
to.
it goes.
It looked like he was trying to ask for the rehost, but it's too late.
I think so. It seemed like they were standing after just waiting around, but yeah. The round has started, so there's nothing you can do about it. It is what it is.
Yeah. I think Secret Powder would be the right thing here, just playing on. Like, if they took the time to stall and maybe wait for the rehost rather than just carrying on like they're doing now.
Yeah, I mean, they're just doing the exact right thing, making sure that they that they're doing their work, making sure that they get this run on the board. Even if the rehost does come in, at least it does come out on the board. They might just want to talk about it after the run has been played. It does come through, and I most likely don't think it will happen.
I'm not sure what the rules are with this league, but I think the global rulebook's 30 seconds or something close to 30 seconds, and he didn't go till after 30 seconds in the attack phase.
We'll have to see what happens here. It's up to the admins, up to the higher-ups to decide, but we'll just be continuing on, just like the players will be continuing on, since we don't necessarily have any info yet towards what is going to be happening with this round. But if you're the Jokers here, and you do lose this one out, you're going to have to be feeling cheated.
Yeah, you're gonna be gutted. The Ying come in as well. Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Player 45 taking the garage side immediately. He's traded out the lease, and okay, the Jokers does manage to find a 3-on-3 situation. This could have been a 4 versus 3, considering the fact that someone did unfortunately disconnect.
C4 goes out, they've got no denial. If they can manage to get a plant off, there's no way of them denying this plant.
And player 45 immediately taking that window, making sure that once this plant does start to come through, they'll have full control over the angles, full control over what they can do, making sure that those defenders can choose their way in. Zen Blocks will go down, Zen will go even more aggressive, trying to run out for a second, but doesn't spot anyone there. They are hiding, and somehow, some way, the Jokers will manage to pull off the impossible, win the CCTV side in a 4 versus 5, and we do go into overtime.
Wow, I didn't expect that. So that's a 4v5 on CC.
Me neither. What is that? How? I mean, if we were talking, we said it a little bit ago. If you're the Jokers and you lose that round, you're gonna have to feel cheated out of a win. But now if you're a Secret Powder here and you just lost a 3-5 versus 4 on the weakest side on the map, you're gonna be feeling like not cheated, but you're just gonna be feeling so effing horrible.
Yeah.
It was their time to take those 3 points on the board. And instead instead we're now going into overtime where one team will take 2 points and the other one will take 1.
It's nice we got Duco back, to be fair.
Yeah, at least we got him back.
They don't need him. They don't need him, to be fair. Afcon? Hello?
Oh no, not again.
We're ready to go, man.
Not again. Oh.
Let's go.
Thank you, Epcon. You were not here last week.
Oh, fair enough.
Attackers
I
must locate
I
and
think I
defuse
seen
as
it.
many bombs as
Oh,
they
did
can.
you see it?
Yeah, I didn't know what the reasons were. I think I was watching in the background like loads.
I don't know, but I don't know exactly what happened. But Afghan's internet broke. Yeah.
Fair enough. It was quite funny watching you try to cast seeing absolutely nothing. It was hilarious.
We were seeing it basically half. We were just reading the score.
It was the best
10
imagination.
seconds to go.
Yeah, now just doing a really good job at this.
I just started lying if I
5
was
seconds
honest.
left before insertion.
Starting on like, oh my god, someone has taken
Attackers'
cheats.
objective is to locate a bomb
Holy
and
shit, the
defuse it.
spin bot is coming through and it's looking like we have a cheater in the server. Ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen, we're going absolutely insane.
That's what it would be like if someone was custom rankings. That's what I'd go like.
I can imagine that. Siege and cheaters. Siege and cheaters, it's something different.
I wonder what sort of attack we're gonna see from the Jokers this round. It's looking like a bit of a kitchen El Clasico.
Yeah, we'll have to see what does come. What will happen. We'll see the party now are back again on the defense. This is, I mean, yeah, this is. We're gonna have to see if they can manage to take this one down, as they are playing really heavy anchor side and on the pulse. It's an interesting pick. Be able to find a kill with the C4, but in the meantime, his teammate Mr. Patrick will be out for the count as he gets picked off. It's looking a little
Bomb
bit more
located
solid.
by attackers.
I need to redeploy heartbeat sensor.
Yeah. The look being gone, not much info gone, but hopefully they can still pull off this kitchen dude. I think the one thing I'd like to see is a bit of aggression onto that dirt player, maybe see if we can get the kill back. But Duke was gonna, as I say that, Duke gets another kill from Duke.
Yeah, Dirt is going. He's really playing towards Dirt. His Bubbles now has to be aware of it too.
Nice
Oh,
flip.
Duke is starting to get close. Which gets shut down. What is he trying to hold off this charge of bullets that's coming towards him? Now Smurfy find another one back, and it's just looking like it's gonna be a comfortable round win for the Jokers, as they now most likely will have a round on match point.
Attackers have recovered
They
their
now
diffuser.
will be looking to close out the game.
Yeah, we're in the 2v4. We've seen Jokers loose in this position. Can they now close it up? Bubbles getting the kill. Is this where it starts? Oh, it's again.
Where it starts. Bubbles is on a tear. There's a triple kill. Go for the quad kill, but it does get found.
The injured.
Oh, so unfortunate, but the Jokers will manage to clear it up, as they now are on their match point. They now have a chance to take 2 points, considering that we're in overtime. It's not going to be 3 points. It's going to be 2 points if they do manage to win it out, and then 1 point for the loser.
Yeah, who do you think wins this game?
Ooh. I have a feeling that the Jokers kind of are going to be taking this now. I feel like they're just in a comfortable position at this very moment.
Yeah, it feels like the momentum's really shifted.
Attackers need to locate
Jokers
and
are
defuse
just
as many
managing to
bombs
close
as
out
they
the
can.
rounds and they went through this one.
Look at this. Interesting stuff coming through from the Jokers. Deciding to go for CCTV again. But considering the fact that they did manage to win a CCTV side
Attackers
with a
have
5
located a
versus
bomb.
4 without them even losing a pick, and I would be going for this as well, I guess.
It's such a weird one, because you have your K now, which is really strong for basement, but you're going to CCTV. But
Yeah, it's a weird one, but looking
I
at the
hope it-
placement, it's not
10
really
seconds
good.
remaining.
yeah, I hope they just prove me wrong again.
5 seconds
Yeah,
left.
I mean, the Joker's basement has not been working out, so I do agree with them not going for basement anymore. But what I don't agree with them is going for CCTV. They could have gone for a different site. They could have gone for for the bar. They could have gone for the master bedroom, gym. But instead, they decided to go on towards the weakest side. But so far, it has been looking like they are managing to take those rounds in their advantage, in the bag.
Yeah. Hopefully someone's playing down below so we can actually keep this bandit trick and not end up dying again. Yeah, we can see that with Lance playing below. The bandit trick's not gonna work. We got the Ying on the balcony. Look, we're trying to hold on to this garage position. Just... Ooh, kill.
That's a big one going in the way of the Jokers, now looking to shut it down as they are in a 5 versus 4.
Usually when you're in that garage position, it's like, you're usually there to waste time, but you can see him being aggressive there.
Oof. The Log managing to pull it back, pulls it into a 4 versus 4. Yeah, you were talking about wasting time. It's something that the Jokers need to be doing right now, because Secret Powder still have a lot of time to hit up this side. Basically 2 minutes still left, as they have made basically their way in towards the side. They just have to clear out the garage in the side, and that's all players done. So far it's just a heavy turtle for these last couple of players that are still standing.
Yeah, we can see this Yana rotating now. She's going to try and nade stock to try and clear the green box. Really go to stop the bandit trick.
I think we're going to get to see all rounds if that does come into fruition. It all depends on Nancy. It all depends on Lance and Zend. If they can manage to find the Yana, it will be shut down. Yeah, I think the Jokers will be able to take this win if they do manage to shut that down.
I think now we're seeing stuff like the Ace ban. You think if Ace wasn't banned, that wall could be opened, and then it's just so much harder to play around red.
That's already one of those 2 players that we needed to be prominent, or that the Jokers needed to be activated. That's one of them shut down. Zen out for the count, but still Lance is kind of roaming around down towards that downstairs area. The Lance will find an A from in the meantime finds one as well.
I guess we hit side.
Yeah, they can just hit side. They know.
Breach ban.
Oh, Anon finds one and another one as well, as the man is now going to be coming. Looking like to go all round in this last game, as Secret Powder will find the last one on the board. We do now go to full fruition, last round. Let's see if we do switch up. Yes, indeed we do. Secret Powder will be on the defensive side. Something I hate about Siege is how overtime works. I think that should have been reworked ages ago.
How do you think it should be worked?
It should just be swap sides until one side wins 2.
Yeah, so it's similar to CSGO.
There's Valorant essentially.
Oh, yeah.
You could do CS:GO, but the problem is CS:GO you play 3 rounds. You play 3 defensive, 3 attack. Valorant you play 1 attack, 1 defense, and then whatever team wins their attacking and their defensive round wins, and they just keep on going until a team wins.
I think
Siege, it just sucks for whatever team has to
Attackers
go
have
on
located a
attack.
bomb.
yes, it's weird because I think the only competition that's in unlimited or infinite overtime is SI in the final.
It needs to be like that in my opinion, because it just creates a really fair play style. It doesn't create an unfair style for whatever attacking team and whatever the defensive team, depending on the map that you're playing. It's just going to be unfair for one team.
I think especially in something like best of ones, where overtime is just so impactful. Wins the wrong wins like the game, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly.
I think the only issue that could come with it is sort of scheduling issues, but if you're playing best of ones anyway, it shouldn't be that much of a problem.
Mate, have you seen some CS:GO games? You know that you're playing, you know CS:GO, you play until the best of 30 or 30. 35-32 or something, and you've just been playing for like 3-4 hours. And what happens when the best team does come out on top? Of course, scheduling issues, blah blah blah, but the organizers can go ahead and cry about that, in my opinion.
I sort of like it in CS, to be fair. I like the tension of who's going to win the round type thing, and it gets more. You get more into it as a viewer when you're watching for that long.
Exactly. I mean, sometimes it feels like it's being dragged out way too much. But like, for example, the Boston Major faced this Cloud9 match. Oof. I was not happy with the end result, but it was an incredible match, going overtime to overtime to overtime, again and again and again. Just like this game, it was just being traded. Trades were just coming through time and time again. But let's head back into what we were doing. Let's head back into casting this game instead of talking about other stuff, because we are into the last round. We are into 3 versus 3. And this hit should be starting to come through any second now.
The Dave from Duke will not connecting. We've got Mr. Patrick below holding the gym hopping.
I feel like there should be around that though. I do not think that the sledge is just going to be walking in towards towards the hatch. Would definitely not be a good idea.
With Lance having the bomb, I think they're going to maybe go for a different plant and not just try and jump in gym. Maybe it's going to be like behind the bomb in Master. Oh no, it's Bat, the road, the site's Bat.
I think they're going to go for the they're most definitely going to go for the yeah, there comes the bomb. Oh, Duke having to waste those nades because he's on low HP, that sucks.
Yeah.
You would rather have those nades for once the plant does come through and one of those areas where someone could be coming from.
He has the time, to be fair, he just needs to communicate it with the Barna, so the Barna can burn him instead.
Ooh. This is a good play though from Duco, taking that position where the Lux is going to be played at, where one of those players that is definitely going to be trying to shut down the diffuser will be coming from. It's going to be a good angle for him to hold. There's player 45 still on the Yokai drones. Those are dangerous in those last couple seconds, as we are 15 seconds away and the bomb is still not being defused. This is not good. The Lux going for the run, and it's looking like Secret Powder will pick up this
10 seconds left.
Oh, Secret Powder will manage to shut it down as Mr. Patrick and the Lux get those last ones on the board. GG's in the chat. 2 points for Secret Powder today and 1 point for the Jokers. There's a reason why these two are both hanging at the bottom. They're really close to each other, and they both needed points. They both got points. Only one of them got a slight bit more.
I have a question for both of you. Did you? Well, I think Di spotted it, but did you at all recognize the one strategy that Secret Powder went for throughout the entire game?
No.
And they did it every single round.
I do not know.
On defense, they played entirely around nade denial, whether it be flashbangs, whether it be candelas, whether it be nades, etc., etc. But on attack, they just played the ying. Like not like every single round,
We did
like
that out.
literally most rounds, they played either or.
You kind of have to with the ying. You have to either use your glass, blitz, ying, or capital.
That's not my point, right? They played that most, if not every round, right?
Yeah.
And then the opposite team, A, didn't, and B, didn't adapt to it.
Yeah.
Like we had these like chaos gunfights where with this one strategy, the entirety of Secret Powder should have been able to run all over Jokers, but they didn't. So realistically, I think that this was a day where Jokers played well and probably should have got the win off the back. They played well, and Secret Powder played a strategy and played it terribly. And I'm very willing to stand here and criticize, because honest criticism is good criticism. I just think the way they played that strategy and like the way they didn't sort of like make anything off of it was awful.
I think they would have thought with the ying and just having that util that it would have been a lot easier than it was, but in the end they won because of 2 echo cams.
Yeah,
but since the fact that you guys are saying like this threat from them it's not good. That's what they were doing. How did they manage to get into overtime? How did they manage to even win out the game? What really was the thing that made Secret Powder get over
I
the finish
said,
line?
I did say, like, Secret Powder were relying on this strategy the entire game. And Jokers were playing well, yes, but they didn't adapt to the strategy, which is why they still lost.
Hmm.
So it's like for the side of Jokers need to adapt and be able to read plays better. Whether that means like if we go to like the borderline extreme, whether it means replacing their IGL or changing something within their team structure in order to be able to sit there and actually like think about what the enemy team's doing.
I think, like TW said halfway through the game, you have to change your win conditions depending on what's banned and what isn't banned.
Exactly.
When it's something like a warden, so you have to win on the early round. You can't let teams execute type thing. And
then with the side of Secret Powder, it's like they're playing a strategy. Yes, it's like I guess it worked. They won. Yes, I guess it worked. But they need to be able to rely on it a little more because at the moment it was like whether it's because they were being too tentative with the strategy or whether it's because they weren't able to really find anything off of what they were going for, they were extremely lackluster in the department of like the strategy was good, but the execution wasn't there.
Because what I kind of felt like was the problem for the Jokers is their basement side, their church side, where they were playing the Roma game, they weren't playing it. They were half-assing it. They had to rely on the Romas, or they had to rely on the Romas. They only had one, and that one got shut down immediately. After that one round, they won one round on the church, and where the Roma was able to do his work. After that, they lost two on the church side. If they either committed fully to the Rome, committed 3 players to the Rome, they would have been able to win it. Or if they would have just anchored all on the side, they would have perhaps been able to win it as well. It felt like they were hesitant to commit towards something. It felt like they were trying to half-ass it, which was the problem that I feel like the Jokers had on their defensive side. If they didn't do that, I think we could have been talking about a Jokers win here.
Yeah, I feel like Jokers played very static, very basic. They played very generic operators. They stuck to what was
very standard compared to abusing what was left up type thing or abusing the warden ban.
And I think that's where they kind of fell off.
I feel like they played well though, to be fair. I think even just getting overtime and stuff by doing what they were doing showed that it was kind of working.
Yeah, no, I agree.
They'll be disappointed more with the rounds they lost where they're in the 4v2s and they couldn't close it out.
Yeah, like I completely agree. Like I said, like they relied well, like I said, yeah, Jokers played well, and Secret Powder were relying on a strategy, and it just kind of like combated against each other. But because Jokers were playing very tried and true, and Secret Powder were kind of fumbling the bag, then it just went kind of tits up. There's not a lot else to say. It didn't go well. The game was very long. It went to 15 rounds. It shouldn't have gone to 15 rounds. Secret Powder should have rolled it. The moment they got onto attack. The moment Secret Powder got onto attack. Such a good game. Yeah, I agree with the infinite overtime thing, but like at the moment Secret Powder got into attack, they should have won.
Yeah.
Because they were playing the strategy and they like had the ban in place and the enemy team didn't use it. And it's like, well, what are you doing now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's all everyone has to say. Any shout outs coming from UTW?
No, not really. I don't think so.
Any shout outs for you, Dai?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out my girlfriend who's making me food now.
Oh, fair enough.
At Rosie Witch 1 on Twitter, guys. Follow her.
I mean, you can follow me on Twitter too. I mean, if you want to. It's of course I'm just going to be posting kind of shit on there, but that's all right.
I'd like to shout out my own Twitch account, obviously. twitch.tv/Naj. I'd also like to shout out the Rejects, who are a group of people that are, well, my group of people. And they know who they are. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. This has been Naj, Die, and TW. I hope to see you on the next Playday. Thanks for watching.